demoed, but I've never actually used it because I always like to come to the workshops first before I do anything. And I'm now going to be confident enough to go home and use it.
Did you know that the Jewellery Maker phone number is free from a UK landline? Now you can spend those extra pennies on more shopping. Join guest designer Rachel Norris on her Artisan Earrings DVD. Get creating stunning designs in no time at all through the fantastic tuition from Rachel. The easy-to-follow steps shown on this DVD will make you feel like you have your own personal tutor and experience many different techniques specifically designed for creating earrings. This DVD covers how to make your own findings, Aztec, Art Deco and Aphrodite earrings. To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
Get involved with Jewellery Maker by sending the studio a message during our live hours. You can send a text to 60777 and start your message with JM Studio, or alternatively, go to our website and click on Watch the Live Show, simply type your message into the box and press send. Make sure you stay tuned in case your message is read out. Get interactive with Jewellery Maker.
Do you want to tell everyone about the great purchase you've made from Jewellery Maker? Do you want to shout about the great service you've received? Then why not download the Jewellery Maker's Viewer's Voice app, available for iPhone or Android, and record a video that could be played on Jewellery Maker. Simply search Jewellery Maker Viewer's Voice in the Apple App Store or the Google Play Store and download our Viewer's Voice app straight to your phone or tablet. You can record as many videos as you like and send them straight to us here at Jewellery Maker. All you have to do is then carry on watching us as usual and wait for your video to be played. Download the JM Viewer's Voice app and you could be the next face we see here on Jewellery Maker.
Hello everybody, welcome to Design Inspiration. Oh, it's so lovely to have you on board with us. My name is Rebecca Redican and you've joined us on a bit of a magical day today. Who saw the eclipse? Yeah? Did we all see it? Peter, did you see it?
I was sleeping.
No, I was asleep. Okay. You missed out, it was amazing.
God, I know, I heard, my mum told me it was really good.
Our mum told you, did she, that it was good? It was really, really good. I wonder if you got to see it. It was amazing where I was. I was driving up the motorway when it happened, but it was clear skies and everything, absolutely gorgeous. It was so, so magical. I adore it. And today, as a little bit of a homage to the partial eclipse, we have got partial eclipse of the prices. I won't lie to you, I came up with it in a moment or two. I know, it's shocking. That's coming up for you at about 20 past every hour. My glamorous assistant, Peter, will be letting us know it's 20 past by maybe a song or an eclipse-inspired sound. 20 past every hour, that would be great. And we're going to have loads of treats for you in that. I'm not just talking about gemstone strands either, I'm going to be talking about tools as well in that section. And they're going to be great price drops, but also on things that, well, let's just say, they're things that we probably don't see that often, but possibly really, really need. It is a bit of a magical day today because I have seen the pieces that we are going to be making in Designer Inspiration. And when I say pure, glamour, gorgeous, you know, we all want all of the pieces, it is not an understatement. It is created by the extremely talented, oh so lovely Gemma.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Jem. How are you?
I'm well. Yeah, I feel really much better since Monday.
Do you?
Good. I was poorly Monday.
Yes, you were. You had a bit of a
much
bad
better
throat
today.
Oh, good. I'm glad.
Excited about the new tools.
Oh my goodness, so excited.
Yeah.
We've got, I'm going to be honest, we're going to have to go to, we've decided to go to Designer Inspiration slightly earlier today, purely because we've got so many extra things to pack into that section and we don't want to take any time away from Gem, so we're going to it slightly earlier, probably about 25 past, 20 past-ish around that point. Brand new tool in there. I gave you a little bit of a heads up about it on my Rebecca Redican presenter page. You are super excited. You've already been given yours.
Yes, and I've already agreed that I can take it home with me, so I don't have to worry about it selling out.
Fabulous. Do you know the price?
No, I have no idea, but I want it anyway. So.
If I say it's going to be under £15 with the block as well.
That's remarkable,
isn't it?
Because the reason I haven't got one is because they're so expensive.
Isn't it absolutely astonishing? Honestly, I think you're going to love it. We are joined by Gem all day, and we've got loads of treats. What are we seeing in the first designer inspiration, Gem?
We're seeing riveting, which is something that everybody's been asking for, but I've never had the opportunity yet with the right combination of materials. But today we got it, so riveting, mainly. And shaping.
Shaping, riveting, texturing.
Texturing, cutting, filing, yeah, everything involved in sheet metal, so take the fear out of it for everyone.
And honestly, in today's show, genuinely, we are going to be bringing you pretty much everything you need to get started on the sheet metal. You know, saws, things to cut with, things to texture with, things to place holes in, etc, etc. So even if you've never tried it before, today is the day, and when you see Gem's pieces, you're going to be absolutely blown away. I have told you that we are going to be going to that designer inspiration slightly earlier. Don't forget 20 past for your partial eclipse of the price treat for you. What's the first one? Remind me. Ah, yes, I recall. Gemstone bundle. So that's coming up for you. I better get started. We've got so many treats for you today. Brand new opal. It's amazing. Ethiopian opal. Colour plate. It's a nugget strand, but it is sensational. Even my director's saying it is genuinely amazing, and he rarely says that sort of thing, but he absolutely loves it. He says, I'm not impressed by a lot of things, but that impressed me. So that's coming up for you very, very soon, but really soon. Stay tuned. We're going to start off with some treats for you today. I've got perfect pairings coming up in the half hour in between my designer inspirations as well, where we're going to be bringing you gemstones that will go great with the findings. I'm going to have to give them a heads up about this finding because I, for one, am so excited. It's crimp bead covers. Fine, we see them now and again, that's great already, but it's 925 crimp bead covers that have been enveloped in gold-plated 925 print bead covers coming up in between that half hour in between the two designer inspirations. I've got to say, if you're going to be working with precious metals, you may as well get your hand on something really glamorous to go with it. And how about this strand, because I think it's really beautiful. If you manage to get your hands on those half-drilled peacock pearls I brought to you, I think it was on Tuesday, then how about creating your earrings with those, but then having these to match as a neckline or even bracelet piece, I think would be absolutely sensational. You have got here a really high quality, very high quality in fact. Wow, very high quality peacock pearls. Sorry, I could see already that they were quality, but then as I move them back slightly, they kind of hit the light a little bit more, and I can actually see perfectly my own reflection in these, and it's really crisp, and that's a lot to do with the quality of the nacre. It's a really, really, really crisp reflection I can see in these, and that's very, very rare that I will be able to say that, because the nacre that builds up by Mother Nature that's created by the mollusk will grow up in different layers, and at different times, depending on how much there is, depending on the quality of it, etc., your luster point will be different, and the way that you kind of see lights reflected off the orient, so that's kind of the top surface, as it were, of the pearl, will vary dramatically. The fact that I can see my reflection in these that is so crisp goes to tell me that this is really one of the best quality of pearls I've seen in quite some time. It is a high quality pearl, it's a gorgeous peacock colour. Your price point today is fab. Just £9.95 for you today. You can see the quality of this is absolutely sensational. It really, really is. Do make sure you're getting yourself on the phone lines for this if you want to. It's lovely to have you on board with us today. Hi all, 0800 644 655. The eclipse is over. The TV's on. Now, why does this come to mind? Why am I'm so obsessed with food. I was just thinking then, what's eclipse type of food? Yes, that cake biscuit that's got the orange in the middle. What's it? Full moon. Oh. Half moon. Oh, total eclipse. Like that one. Yeah. What else? Pancakes, are they? Pancakes with like chocolate spread on them. Anything that's round. Okay. Cling film?
Cling film, yes.
Cling film, did you just say?
Yeah, that's what I said.
It's not, is it? What
definitely not a brand name.
Oh, I'm so glad you said a brand name, and I really thought you said Clingfil.
The cheese is available.
But the cheese is available if anyone did hear that, apparently. £9.95 for you today on these. I hope you're having a lovely day so far. Well done to everyone. What's this? I've got some gorgeous birds coming up for you. Oh, wow, right now. How strange is that? I absolutely adore these. I think they are absolutely sensational. They are gorgeous. They are perfect for Easter. They're perfect for the springtime. Just have a little look at one of them for me. Does that sound like a chick? How cute is that? It's a rose quartz carved bird. It looks, I absolutely adore about this, the way that this one in particular has got that natural banding on it, which we can see sometimes in quartz, not always, but we can see it sometimes. And it almost looks like the rippled reflection of kind of a sea or a pond that it might be rested on, doesn't it? I absolutely adore this. When I was younger, we lived on a farm. Well, it wasn't really a farm, it was like a fish farm in Redican. And I used to have in my room, we used to have an incubator. And we used to like grow all the chicks and the ducks and things in there. And all the ducks used to follow me because they obviously, you know, I was one of the first things they saw or whatever, and I used to feed them, and they used to follow me. They probably did think I was their mum, yeah, probably. That is cute, isn't it? It wasn't when the geese thought that I was, because the geese towered over me at this point. I was only tiny. But it reminds me of that. They're absolutely gorgeous. Do you want to see the whole strand? Take a look at them. I think they're absolutely beautiful. Did you see those nest kind of earrings that Jan created earlier on? How cute would that be with these rested almost just as a table display? You know, get your wire or your mesh and kind of, you know, muddle it up a little bit, put a few gemstone pearl eggs in there, and then have these just rested atop. I think that's an absolutely gorgeous idea. Jen, what would you do with these little cuties?
Do you know what I'm thinking? Home decor more.
Home decor, yeah.
You know, like a nursery and hanging them off the bottom of a blind, or
or a mobile.
A mobile, yeah. Or
Gemstone mobile. What a gorgeous gift.
But yeah, Easter. I mean, I don't want to give Easter eggs. No. My nieces and nephews, they're not allowed all that chocolate. And
no.
So we were talking the other day about getting them bonnets to decorate and things like that.
That's cute. It's like a crafting gift. I love that idea,
yeah.
Crafting gift. And there's loads of you who are coming in for this. I think they're absolutely exceptional. They really are. Do you know what I like about them as well? Some of them, it obviously depends on the shape of the gemstone or how they were cutting it, but some of them actually have their head kind of turned, some of them their head is flat on. So if I show you with, say, these two, you might be able to see, it might be hard for you actually, just because of the 2D, but can you see this one's kind of got his head turned to the side, hasn't he? Whereas kind of this one, it's just flat on. I think they are all individual and unique and absolutely gorgeous. Just one of those in the centre of almost like a charm necklace, I think would be really, really pretty. Because if you think of the connotations with birds, and especially chicks, and you know, it's rebirth and it's about freedom. When you think of birds, you think of flying, you think of freedom, don't you? I think what a lovely sentimental and thoughtful piece to have, especially as it's made out of a gemstone whose connotations are very, very strong to that of eternal love. This is going to be gorgeous on, say, your necklace or a charm bracelet. Your price point today for these hand-carved birds, it's just £9.95 for you today. I think that is a sensational price point for something so unique and so different.
Yeah, and it's so quirky, and everything's animals. And I know a lot of people have been talking about doing festival stands and things like that. It's the quirky things that people like, that little bit unusual.
Yeah.
You could call them lovebirds because they're rose quartz.
Perfect, and you could have them pointed together.
Yeah.
Kiss him. Because lovebirds, aren't they said to, once they find their partner, they're with them for life?
That's it.
Look how cutesy. Oh no, he's fallen over. Come here, you. He's fallen in love. Aren't they adorable? I just think they're absolutely gorgeous. I'm totally taken by these. I think they're just wonderful. Oh, I love them, and so does everyone else by the looks of things. Your names have gone off my screen, but thank you all for joining me today. I hope you're having a fantastic day and that you looked at the solar eclipse in an appropriate way. Did you stare straight at it?
I did, and unfortunately I could see the solar eclipse for the next hour. Every time I closed my eyes.
In front of your eyes. I made pinhole cameras with the kids, my other job, I work with young carers, and yeah, we made pinhole cameras with the kids, and we had like the screen to test them out. A projector screen was a bit mucky, so I went to wash it, and I was having a chat with one of the kids at the sink whilst I was washing, and I washed my pinhole camera. Soggy. I know, I know. I was so in the zone chatting to them like, oh yeah, I can't wait, can you? I washed it. Soggy pinhole camera does not work as well. $9.95 for you today. Your names have got up a screen and they keep going. Just make sure you're checking out your baskets. They're totally unique and different, so get them whilst you can, I would. I'm bringing to you now a double trouble of my producer Helena's absolutely favourite organic in the world. Of course it's pearls. She's just gone, I can't help it. These are absolutely gorgeous. And what I will say to you is if you want to get your hands on delicate pearls, get them whilst you can, because I may well have said to you that a few weeks ago management were talking about the kind of really delicate accent sort of seed bead pearls that are really, really small, kind of, you know, say around a 3 mil and around that sizing. They're looking at maybe not purchasing them in again, purely because of the amount of them. It can be quite high cost to get your hands on them, so we're not sure whether or not we're going to be buying in the smaller ones again. So if you want delicate ones to add into your collection, do it whilst you can, because these ones are pretty dainty. They're around a 6 by 4 mil, so a beautiful accent. But then I've got the total juxtaposition, the big ones, luxury size pearls, which are around 9 by 10 mil on those ones. Beautiful natural colour, by the way, on these peach pearls, which we all know is completely unique and quite unique and really very, very rare. And very rarely will we see a natural coloured pearl, but we have got it here today, and it's in that beautiful peach tone as well. Really great on many, many skin tones. The reason we don't see very many natural pearls, because I know someone asked this the other day, why don't we see natural pearls that often? Because surely you'd think it'd be much easier. I suppose that does make sense, because obviously if you have to, you know, dye a pearl, as we know, you won't just dye it, you'll generally bleach it first to give it a, you know, an overall finish, and then you'll have to do a few more things and then you dye it, so it takes more time and effort. Why not just have more natural colours? Well, the reason is, a lot of the time when you get a natural coloured pearl, actually it won't look that appealing, to be honest. It takes very, very high quality. It's a total rarity to get kind of a really nice looking natural coloured pearl. There'll be speckles, there'll be dimples, there'll be kind of variations in colour as well over one pearl, which isn't very appealing to a lot of people's eyes. So very rare that we will actually get a strand that is so beautifully created by Mother Nature that we can just leave it as is. So let's have a look. Double trouble peach prices today should be £12.90. That's completely and absolutely understandable price point, isn't it? So obviously these ones, you know, great quality, and for 2 strands that's already an astonishing price point. We are going to take it down for you today though. Yeah, let's do it. Go on, let's be mischievous. Let's go lower than you were going to. Let's do it. Your price point today should be just over £12, but today it's actually just £8.95 for both of these strands today. Look at them together. A natural strand of pearls, you'd be chuffed as beans. Don't forget, it's a luxury sized pearl and it's a natural coloured pearl as well. You'd be, yeah, as chuffed as beans. What's wrong? Beans always look really chuffed. Do you not think, like baked beans? You know, because they're kind of bent over, they almost look like they're smiling, don't they? I've never done an impression of a baked bean before, and I will try not to do it again. Anyway, they are luxury size pearls, but also they are that natural colouring, so you probably wouldn't actually expect that price point for these alone, but you are going to get these gentle little accent pearls with them as well. When we're dealing with natural coloured pearls, obviously on the case of this strand, you are expecting a much, much, much higher price point, because as I said, it is a rarity, it is unusual for us to see them. But today we're bringing you both strands for £8.95. It's absolutely astonishing. What'd you say to me then, chicken? Kirsty in Australia is back. Hello. Helena wants to say hi. Where's your mum live? She's in Adelaide. Helena, producer Helena's mum's in Adelaide, Kirsty. I'm sure you know her well. You've got £8.95 for you today. I really want to know when this opal is going to be on, please. We're doing it soon. Peter, I hope you're keeping your eye on the time, sweet pea, just saying. You've got £8.95 on these for you today, £8.95. To everybody who's getting involved today, just to remind you, you can pay on your card, you can pay online, you can pay through PayPal as well if you want to. Get yourself on the app too if you want to. That would be weird, wouldn't it? It's not by pigeon. No, that would be strange, wouldn't it? My director's great ideas today. £8.95 for you. Lots of you multi-buying on these. Pearls are absolutely exquisite, and will say to you that if you do have the knotty materials, then these are going to be perfect, aren't they? Sorry, lovely. On the table. Oh, it's now the opal. Now, okay, whoa, just hold the phone, stay where you are right now, okay? This opal is sensational. It's your chips and nuggets. It's a double strand. It's brand spanking new. It is Ethiopian opal, and honestly, I'm just absolutely blown away by the quality of this. You know how much I love opal anyway, and I do. I love all varieties, but this for me is absolutely beguiling. It kind of actually sums up today perfectly for me. You know, when the eclipse happened earlier, did you kind of find yourself mesmerised? Were you kind of glued to the spot in just amazement? Because that's how this strand makes me feel. It is one of the best quality of Ethiopian opal I have seen in a long time. It is sensational. It has pinfire, it has colour, it has neon blast. Now that goes to show you this is really crisp quality. Have you got that slide for me just to explain why that is? We've got here opal, it's natural opal, and the structure of it is so that instead of like a lot of gemstones you'll expect kind of the lines of kind of when you look really deep into the gemstone, with opal it's these little spheres, and what that means is, so you can see the surface of the opal there, so the top where there's no circles, that will be kind of the air, so the outside of the gemstone. So what happens is white light will enter the gemstone, and because there's the spheres inside, the light won't just hit and then bounce out. It kind of domes around it. It's kind of, the light itself is almost forced around the spheres, the tiny microscopic spheres within the opal. And what that means is it affects the light in a way that when the light bounces out, it gives you this gorgeous rainbow, this kaleidoscope of colour. And it depends very much on the quality of the gemstone, the crystal of the gemstone, things like your clarity, etc. of the gemstone, that will tell you how strong and how crisp that beautiful array of colour is. And the array of colour in this is spectacular. It is neon colours that I'm seeing. I need to make you aware, of course, that the lights in here are extremely bleaching. Can we show the lights by any chance, just for anyone who is new? These are the lights that are pointing at us, and they are white as you like. They are very harsh. Each one of these lights you can see has 4 bars, but the 4 bars are double bars, and they are actually set to like the set around us. You can see how many there are, and they're really very bright. They're very hot as well, and what that can do is it kind of bleaches out the colour. So what I'm about to show you, it's quite nice in a strange way. What I'm about to show you is you're going to see pinfire, fingers crossed, but actually when you get this home you won't be disappointed, because it will be even better at home. Do you want to take a little look? Please just imagine it even stronger in your mind, but this won't let you down when you get it home, I promise. It is sensational. This is 60 carats worth of one of the best quality Ethiopian opals. Take a little look. I love it. It is so disappointing. You can see little bits, little bits. Let me try it in another way. You can see. You really can't see anywhere near the amount. Nowhere near. Did you get those pictures I sent you? We took some pictures on our phone. This might show you slightly clearer. There you go. You can see a little bit more there, but don't forget I am still taking that on a phone which also has a flash in it, so that will whiten it out as well. You can see some of the pinfire on that there. Gemma, I suppose the best thing to do is just to get you over to have a little look, if you don't mind.
Do you know, I saw it.
Oh, did you? Have you already seen it?
Well, I spied it when you were doing my challenge. Oh, it's like green glitter. It's like Angelina fibres.
You're right,
It's so pretty.
That is exactly the kind of look we're getting here. Ladies and gentlemen, you're just going to have to trust me on this one. If you're not blown away by it, then just don't buy opal from me again. That's how sure I am that you're going to absolutely adore this. It is your Ethiopian opal. It's one of the newest finds in the world. You can see flashes-ish of it there. Wait, let's just enjoy this. Can you see the sort of flashes now and again? That's nowhere near the amount you're actually getting in real life. That's nowhere near the actual amount you're getting, but it is much, much, much closer to it. Your price point today for this stunning opal, it's just £14.95 for you today. If you have not got in your collection true stunning quality Ethiopian opal, now's your opportunity to do so. It's a relatively new discovery, and it's one that really did take the world by storm. Some opal from Ethiopia actually has only been found, the latest was kind of 2008, wasn't it? And the latest kind of find, I suppose, in Ethiopia. Don't forget, 90% of the market in opal is from Australia, but we get some of the best quality opals actually from this location, from Ethiopia. Just trust me on this, ladies and gentlemen. Well done to everyone who's already multi-buying on it. Honestly, you're not going to be disappointed. Andrea, you are going to adore this, I promise. You're just going to be blown away. Neon light. Sharon, you are going to absolutely adore it as well. I'm absolutely sure if you did a tree of life with this, it would be like a magical fairy tale tree of life, wouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it would look gorgeous,
wouldn't it?
I think they need to be clustered so that you get all those different angles for that.
I agree with that. A nice grouping of them.
Yeah, they look amazing.
They are absolutely spectacular. They are totally spectacular. They really, really are. Oh my gosh. This is going to be, ladies and gentlemen, one of those strands that you get home and you open the box, you go, wow! Oh my goodness! It really is, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's one of those ones that you're going to think, I wish I had 2 or 3, because once you've made one thing with it, you're going to want some more.
Yes, absolutely agree with that.
Yeah.
£14.95, well done everyone. You are not going to be disappointed at all. You're really, really not. 60 carats worth of your Ethiopian opal, £14.95 for you.
Turn around. Every now and then I take a picture of findings and a something ground. Turn around. Every now and then. Yeah, that's enough.
I don't think anyone at home will be shocked that that was not at all rehearsed. Well done, lovely team. It's a partial eclipse of the price time. What we are going to be doing for you is at around 20 past each hour, we're going to be doing you some real treats, and we're starting off by a bundle. Now, this bundle is going to be a great price slash. It's going to be a very, very low price point, but it's also special because we've actually given it to Gemma Crow as her challenge. How is it, lovely?
It's beautiful. Is it amethyst
that we're working with? Yeah, you've got pink amethyst here, lovely.
It's so pretty.
Yeah, it's like Rose de France amethyst.
It's so pretty. I don't think I've ever seen amethyst chips so pretty as that.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah, they're gorgeous.
It is sensational. Have you got that slide for me about this one, lovely Ryan? This, lovely ladies and gentlemen, is your pink amethyst chips, and Gemma has just, summarised it perfectly. They are absolutely beautiful. They really are sensational. The clarity on them is epic, and this is your pink amethyst. Now, pink amethyst, because a lot of you will be looking and thinking, hey, oh, that's not pink, is it? Pink amethyst isn't really pink quartz. Pink quartz, of course, is referred to as rose quartz. We've already seen the ducks, the birds in that. But this is on that lighter tone scale. This, to me, is that archetypal Rose de France colouring. And if we have a little look at the slide on this as well, you'll be able to see kind of the pink amethyst. Can you see it in that geode? That is pink amethyst in that geode, but you'll be able to see that it has got that kind of that purpley tone to it, and it's all to do with the tone of this. It's around about up to a 5% tone that you get with pink amethyst, and that's exactly what we've got in this. If this did have the name of Rose de France, well then boy oh boy, it would be a much higher price point. In fact, it would be, for this double strand, it would be more than the price of the bundle today, and that's an absolute dead cert, I'm sure. You have got a gorgeous strand here, 135 carats worth on there, and honestly, it is super duper crisp, it really is. I've also got in here for you another double strand. Oh, I love this. Citrine lemon quartz. Tangled up with the shell. Stop it, you. Stop being so shellfish. Oh, sorry. Have a little look. Double strand here. 145 carats worth approximately. Isn't it amazing that Mother Nature brings us quartz in like this? Look at that. These are both quartzes. They're both from the same family, but they are absolutely sensational together. And they look so different. It's a gorgeous brightness that you're getting with this lemon quartz. And actually, you've got some back palette tones of the green, which is beautiful. It's almost a mixture between Parisiolite and citrine in colour palette, isn't it? Do you know what I mean, Gemma? You've seen those back greens as well?
Yeah.
On your strand?
Yeah, again, it's pretty. It's a pretty green.
Isn't it?
It's a delicate green.
Yeah.
Lovely.
It is beautiful, really pretty. And then bring it to you 2 strands of shell. You've got that delicate lilac colour in the ovals, and you've also got your hot pink as well. The pink is the drops. They're in your pear shape and they're around a 14 by 9 mil. They do, of course, because their shell, have that gorgeous kind of shimmer under the surface, which is just spectacular. I absolutely adore that. We also have the lavender shell ovals as well, and they're around a 15 by 10. Don't forget for me as well that these are double-sided, so you don't just get that nice appeal and shine from the front, you do get it from the back as well. We haven't put resin on the back of these. This is absolutely a sensational bundle. When have you seen pink amethyst with that Christmas and lemon quartz with that gorgeous back palette of the green just shining through, and quality shell with such a sheen under the surface? I think this is a beautiful bundle, and you're going to get inspiration on this for free as well. Your price point today for your spring flower bundle is not $14.80. Don't forget, this is partial eclipse of the price. We're going to be giving you some real treats in these sections. You've got 3 more to come. This is your first. Your price point today is not $14.80. It's £8.95 for you today on this. You've got the equivalent here of 6 strands worth, to be sure. 6 strands worth here, because these are your double strands. You've got around about 86 carats worth on these. So if these were 6 individual strands, your price point today would be, well, it'd be about £1.40 something a strand, wouldn't it? £1.48, £1.49, around that per strand. For pink amethyst, that is almost unheard of. And that's exactly what I meant earlier on, ladies and gents, when I said that if this were given the name of Rose de France, this one here, which it could be, because the colour is right, it's described as pink amethyst as Rose de France would be, and also it's from Brazil, where we know Rose de France is kind of the #1 location. It's readily available in areas of Brazil. So this could quite easily be given that name. If it were to be given that name for a double strand, well, you'd be looking, even at our prices, around the $12.95. If not the $14.95, even at our prices today. And do you know what I've just thought of? I don't want to blow my own horn here, but I've just come up with a great idea. Because all the colours you're getting in this opal are absolutely present in this selection. You've got pinks bursting through here. Perfect. You've got purpley, kind of bluey tones. Perfect with these ones. You've got those yellows and those greens as well. Absolutely perfect. We've got a few of these left, and they are at the bottom of your screen. Believe me, the quality of this opal is sensational, and just get involved with it today with this bundle. Loads and loads and loads of you coming in. Gemma Crow, lovely lady, what are you thinking of doing with these ones?
I'm going to make, well, I've started making like a springtime necklace. So I'm limited time on the challenges, so I've not restranded the lemon quartz.
Yeah.
Just twisted it together like a rope, and then I'm going to use that as a base for flowers.
Easy peasy. Yeah. Gem, we are coming over to you in a minute or two for your designer inspiration.
Okay, I'm ready.
Do you want a sneaky peek of just one piece? Just one piece. Sneaky peek it. This is just one of the pieces. Gem's made loads. We'll look at them all later. Have a sneaky peek at one. This kit is going to be under £40 today. I have got those letter stamps coming up for you. I don't know if it's the same letters. Ours are the Arial that we've got. I've got them in the uppercase and the lowercase. That's coming up in the second designer inspiration. So if you want those letter stamps, they're in the second designer inspiration. So do stay tuned today. The kit is sensational. I'm going to get started because we've got so much to squeeze into this section. So much wire. And look, big, sturdy, super structural, bare copper. That's an amazing amount of metal. Wow, that is a lot. 2 mil thickness. This is going to be perfect for your rings, isn't it? Do you know what I love about the bare copper? That even though this is your 2 mil thickness, look, I can still shape this and bend this with my fingers. It's not to be afraid of at all. You can do yourself instant rings with this. You should see, and you will see, the way that gems actually use this. Not specifically as a structural piece, actually, in some of them. Just decorative.
Just decorative features, yeah. And I've barely touched mine. That's what I've got left.
You've got loads left.
So yeah, it's my favourite by far of everything I use.
It is absolutely stunning. I've got so many treats coming up for you in this section. I have got jewellers' hammers. I know, they'll be with you in about an hour. Jewellers' hammers set, a pack of 5 in a case. I know, and we'll be showing you how to use them with that new tool as well. They're going to be great for that, something like this anyway. You've got here also some more of your bare wire. You've got it in the 0.4 and the 0.6, and both of those are 10 metre reels each of them, so 20 metres worth here in total with those, and 5 metres worth of your 2 mil. I've then got for you your sheet. Doesn't look like much to look at it now, but boy oh boy, with a little bit of love and care, this really will evolve into something absolutely spectacular. This square is, what's the size of this square? Let's get me ruler out. It is, it is about 160 centimetres, which is just over, which is about 6.5 inches. By about 6.5 inches, so almost 6.5 by 6.5 about in size, so a good enough size for you, and it is a 0.5 in thickness as well. Super duper sturdy. I'm then bringing to you, well, I was going to say your gemstones then, but I don't even think I can describe them as that. I've got just something spectacular. This is such an interesting kit. Wait till you see this chain I've got. Beautiful strand here for you. I'll show you the graduation. This is a gorgeous graduated strand, a real deep, rich, plummy effect you're getting with this. And this is your red garnet. I've got an absolutely stunning rhodonite garnet coming up for you. But in fact, can I just... Oh, let me just show you this. Let me just show you. Get my torch out. I've lent a torch. One of the best quality garnets I've seen in a very long time. That's coming up for you later, but I'm just thinking it'd go great with this kit because of that gemstone in particular. So you're getting that. You're also getting your drops of the... Look at the lustre on those. I just adore when you get nice big pieces of your agate that's been faceted. I think the lustre's just really interesting to me. You've got 140 carats worth. They're around a 16 by 8 mil. I'm also adding to the situation some rounds of citrine. Unusual to see plain rounds in citrine that are so beautiful and delicate in size, around about 4 mil on these. 40 carats worth we've got here, and then possibly one of the most exciting pieces for me. How stunning is that? A meter's worth of your black colour plated copper chain, and this is with 25 carats worth of your moonstone. Ladies and gentlemen, I've just been told, no wonder you have not seen this before, it's brand spanking new. Brand spanking new. That is sensational. You've got a real lengthy amount of this, and if I hold it like this, you'll be able to see that the clusters are actually in pairs, so you don't even just get one gemstone, you do get a little cluster of them. How is it to work with?
I love that. It's just so simple. I mean, I've done the most simple thing with it. I've done a lariat with it, and it's, you know, it's so easy to wear. It just screams sort of casual summer. That's what it is, isn't it?
It's beautiful. I absolutely adore the look of this. Oh, gorgeous for steampunk as well, actually, and kind of vintage looking pieces.
I think it would work across lots of genres of jewellery making.
I think
It's
you're right.
Very versatile.
Very versatile. I love them. I really do. It's a real nice twist on a monochrome. Really nice. Okay, so what have we got here? Well, I've got your garnet, I've got your agate, your citrine, and I've got that brand spanking new gemstone chain as well. I've also got 2mm in the bare copper, a 0.6 and a 0.4 in the bare copper, and I have the sheet as well. We're going to show you exactly how to use this. We're going to show you how to create stunning pieces. Your price point today is phenomenal. I promised it would go under 40 and I'm not going to let you down. Should be £47.55. We're taking it down though. We're taking it down to a price that I did tell Gemma Crow, and her words were, that is such great value for money. £34.95 for you today. This should have been nearly £48, but we've taken it down to $34.95 for you. You were kind of, well, you were really happy with the price of that before, weren't you?
I think it's a great price. I think it's a great price. You make your money back on one piece.
Just on one piece?
Yeah, easily, and it just goes on and on and on. The hours of entertainment you're going to have for yourself just using that. Yeah.
Absolutely agree with that, completely agree. And some of the pieces we're going to make today, it's not just for people who've worked with this before, is it?
No.
Newbies can get involved with this too, can't they?
Absolutely. It's really, I know people get scared when they think of sheet metal because you feel like a real jeweller. You know, suddenly you think, oh, I need all these skills. But I taught myself just by playing with it, and you will too. And it is so simple. It's not scary at all.
Do you know what I've just found as well? I forgot about these entirely.
yeah?
I was just looking across at yours then. I forgot about these. That's not all you get, by the way. You also get your blanks as well. Completely forgot about these ones. Take a little look. You get a collection of 5 of these. We've used these for things like your earrings, etc. And we'll show you exactly how to use them later on. What's the size on these ones, Helena? Because you're getting 5 of them in total. So let's reiterate to be sure. You're getting 5 of these. You're getting your sheets. You're getting 25 metres worth of wire, and you're getting the gemstone chain and all these gemstones for that price point. 20 mils the size on those ones. That is astonishing, isn't it?
It is.
Oh my goodness. Just well done to everyone who's getting involved today, because I know that those blanks, you know, they can be sort of £4 or £5, can't they?
Yeah, the blanks are really expensive, but sheet copper is expensive
Expensive,
too.
yeah, absolutely.
You know, and to get it in the right gauge for jewellery making and ready annealed, because I used to buy it in scrap, and I used to pay £10 for a kilo of scrap, and I'd get brass and tin and copper and all sorts in there, but it was various thicknesses and it was little offcuts. You can only do small projects.
Pieces.
But this is a whole sheet, and there's so many things you can get out of just one sheet. If you plan it properly as well, you can get even more.
You've made absolutely loads here.
Yeah.
Now I have got loads of treats for you coming up, so do get your hands on this whilst you can, because it will be going off your screen very, very soon, especially with the amount of people who are buying it. I've probably only got about 40 of those left at the moment. Do you want to have a nosy at absolutely everything? Because it's stunning.
I couldn't stop, really. I didn't want to stop, and I still I've got all this left, all these bits of,
Got loads left.
all these offcuts and all this wire. I haven't had to touch
Your second sample.
Only the gems.
What was your inspiration with all this? Because it's absolutely sensational.
Well, as soon as I opened it and saw that I could do riveting, that sort of led me then. So I did a couple of pieces using rivets, so I could show that today. I don't know, I think it just makes you creative because you can make shapes.
Yeah,
you don't have to weave, you just have to cut shapes out. So
Completely get that.
in some ways it's easier to design with this than any other medium, really.
I just adore it, I really do. We're going to be looking at lots of little bits today, aren't we?
Yeah.
So where are we going to start with this, Gem?
Well, we're going to start with cutting, and I'm using shears today. You can use a saw, but when you're cutting simple shapes like this, which is always my aim to get everybody involved in doing it, and I think if it looks like you're cutting paper with scissors, and it takes the sort of fear out of it.
I know what you mean.
So everything I've made here, I've used the shears, our metal shears that we sell here, which are fabulous, by the way, and they're spring loaded, and a lot of shears aren't. So if you do manage to get hold of these sometime, grab them because they're brilliant.
Now I know that you do use the saw at times, don't you?
Yeah.
And I'm sure, was it you who's actually said to me, for some shapes you can find it easier with a saw?
Yeah, it wasn't me because I've never done it on the show before, but Hannah Oxbury will have probably
Said
told you
possibly,
that.
yeah.
It is, to get a curve, for example, it's easier. As long as you don't try and rush your way through it, it's easier to use a saw. And if you want to cut shapes within shapes, so if I've got a triangle, for example, and I want to cut a circle within it,
Yeah.
then you need your saw,
Oh,
obviously.
of course you will,
Yeah.
because you wouldn't be able to do it with your shears, would you?
No.
I have got for you now the saw and the sword blades. We'll do these now because we are going to learn. Obviously, you're going to need to cut the sheet.
Yeah.
So for anyone who's maybe just bought the kit and needs to run out and you haven't got these, then do treat them whilst you can. You have got your saw blade here. We have got lots of info exactly how to use this, how to load it up, etc. on our YouTube page. It is relatively simple though. It is changeable in size, so even if your blade does break after much use, you can you know, bring it down and still use smaller sections of it. It's really relatively easy. All you have to do is kind of loosen these off, place your blade in at the right time, make sure you've got your tension right, add them back on, squeeze them back together, and essentially you've got your piece as you need it. You are going to be getting loads and loads of different blades in here. You can see you've got the 6 different sizes, but actually you get a few of each one. So you are going to be getting 12 pieces approximately in total in here, because you do get a few of them. Is it 12 or is it 24?
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure. Oh, approximately 12 of each, so it's even more than that, isn't it? You've got absolutely loads in here, essentially. You've got about 72, I'm being told. There's absolutely loads, because in fact, if I just take out a pouch, do you want to see? There's a fair few in there, as you can see. There's lots and lots of different sizes. You've got, you know, different sizes for different pieces, really. You'll use different blades for metal than you maybe would to things like your acrylic or your perspex, exactly.
Yeah, perspex.
So, perfect for you to get involved with today. It is a professional jeweller's tool, so don't just think you can, you know, pop into your toolbox and grab out whatever you want. You absolutely can't. You don't want to ruin, especially, you know, metals like this. Get this whilst you can. Your price point today for your adjustable saw frame is not £15.90. It's just dropping it down for you. It's going under 10. Treat yourself today, and it's just a great way to get your saw blades, to be honest, because I've seen a pack of saw blades at a higher price point than this. £7.95 for you today for your saw blades and also the saw frame itself. £7.95, great price, isn't it?
Brilliant price, yeah. I'm really worried though, because I put this in my basket, these 2 items in my basket, and I haven't checked them out.
Oh no!
I've got a basket full of bits and pieces and I didn't check it out, so I'm a little bit worried now that it's on air.
Should always check out Gemma Crown. £7.95 for you. Okay, so we're going to shape these now.
Let's cut some first with
some
the shears.
pieces.
So I'm going to work through this necklace here, because we've got lots of technique on there. So and it's staggered.
Fab.
So it works well with all the goodies we've got to bring today. So basically, I've got my sheet of metal here. It's ready annealed, so don't play with it too much. Don't be tempted to pick it up and think, oh, it's really bendy, because every time you bend it, you're making it firmer, then it's going to work harden. So we want to do as little handling of this as possible, but it is ready annealed, which means it's really nice and soft for you.
Okay, fab.
Okay, so what I've done first is I marked out the sort of shape that I want for the larger section of my necklace.
Just with a pencil?
With a pencil, yeah, or a marker pen, or whatever you find easiest. And then I want a piece to sit in the centre, so I'm sort of layering it up. So all I've done is taken so I've got the same curve. If you turn it over and just sort of think, well, if I put it about there and then draw around it, it's going to give me a nice piece that's going to sit sort of centrally inside there. So that's what I've done, and I've just drawn with a pencil a line there to cut. And I'm going to take my shears. Now I'm cutting a curve. Cutting straight lines is so simple with the shears, but I cut a curve, and so it gives me the opportunity to show you how to do that with shears. With the saw blade, curves are much simpler. Yes, they really are.
All right, good tip.
But let's cut a curve here. So it's only a gentle one, so it's not too. We don't have to do too many stages. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to sort of cut in a more of a straight line, like that, to sort of the centre, and then from the other side, cut in a straight line, sort of following the angle, but in a straight line. And then I've left with this, and then I can just trim then around the edges.
But if you did that with the saw blade, would you just be able to do it in one?
Yeah, yeah, it's really simple with the saw blade. And you remember, your saw blade stays still and you move the piece.
Yes.
So, you know, and it really is quite simple.
Fab.
So you just trim around, and if you find you can't get through that way, I mean, I could if I needed to, but if you couldn't, just turn it round and go from the other side. Now be careful when you're cutting the metal with the shears, because you do end up with little bits like this that are super sharp.
Okay.
So you don't want those landing on the floor, so just be careful. And what I do is I have a little pot that I just put all of those into.
Okay, good tip.
Okay, but I don't chuck them away either, because I could bash those and make really nice textures to then put onto a piece of art or another piece of jewellery at some point.
Fab, good tip.
Alright, so I've now got 2 fan shapes that I've cut from corners of my sheet of metal, and they're going to sit on top of each other like that. And I'm going to join those with rivets. But before I do that, I want to texture these, because obviously once they're riveted together, I don't really want to be doing too much to it, because I might weaken the rivet.
Okay.
So I'm going to texture.
So we're going to be texturing now.
Yes.
Now, if you don't have the steel block, well, you're going to need it for this, but don't worry, I'm bringing you the new tool that you'll be able to see here. Ooh, if you look very close. No, it's hidden there. Which does come with a steel block anyway. So if you need a new steel block, because we do need to freshen up our steel blocks, that is coming up for you later, especially if you're going to be using one, say, for your texturing like this. This is your multi-face texturing hammer, and it is a fantastic hammer, I have to say. When we first brought this to you on the show, you know, I had a little look at it and thought, oh, that is good, you know, the way that you unloosen it. But actually, since then, I've seen quite a few textured hammers, which you can change the faces of, that don't work in that way.
No.
That actually, I saw one that it looked like it was magnetic or something. Or you had to twist it in.
Yeah.
Like
it locks.
Like it locks into place. Yeah. But ours, it goes over the top. Why does that make a difference?
Well, it just helps it stay straight. And when you're texturing, for example, if I'm using a stripe texture and I want all the stripes and striations to go in one direction, I don't want there to be any play in that, because my angle is never going to change. So I want it to stay.
Got you, so you know
angle.
exactly.
Yeah, so I know I'm going to get them all in a straight line. So there's, you know, there's certain benefits to having this system, and it's much easier to do up and undo.
Fab, that's a really good tip. You've got lots of different textures, as you can see here. Some of them indented, some of them stripes. Adding texture gives you uniqueness to your pieces. It gives you your own individual look. You've got 9 faces here, so essentially, you know, you could go out and buy yourself 9 different hammers if you wanted to, but there's no need to with this one, really, is there? Your price point today for your 9-face textured hammer is just £24.95 for you today. It's a sensational price. I know that you've bought a fair few.
Yeah.
And I know obviously you own this one.
Yeah. I have individual ones, which we now do, which are brilliant, I've got to say, but it is nice to have one like this, because then I only have to take one hammer with me.
If you're going out, or if you're coming on the show, for example.
And also it's nice to have such a variety, because otherwise I'd have to buy how many hammers? 1, 2, 9 hammers. Yeah, I mean, so it's ideal, really, and it's good quality.
It is good quality. I can feel the weight in it. Spectacular. We are going to be using this one right now, so let's see how to use it.
Okay, so I'm going to change the head on here, so that'll be a useful thing to do to show you. So basically you've got this section here which screws off, so just twist that section off there. It comes off, and then you take this pad off. So there's the head, and I'm going to pop a new one in. So I'm going to use this nice waffly one. No, I'm not. I'm going to use a stripy one. Okay. Because I've got a waffly one on the other side. And then you slip this sort of washer back over the top and screw it in.
How simple is that?
Now, depending on which way you want your texture to be, depends. I mean, usually you hammer straight at a slight angle. Yeah. So you can position this as well, which is nice. So you don't have to move your angle of view or your piece. So it depends on what you're doing. That could be a useful thing.
That's a really good tip.
So just keep it positioned, and then just keep twisting, and then just tighten it up. Now it doesn't matter, because I'm going to do a cross hatching, so it actually doesn't matter where I'm going to position that, but you can manipulate it.
That's really good.
So make sure that's nice and tight. And then I'm going to just hammer onto the block. So you need a steel block to hammer onto.
We will have the steel block coming up with the new tool in a bit.
That's it. So I'm hammering. I always texture before I file, because sometimes the texturing will, it spreads the metal out, so it thins it, so you'll get little pointy bits. You don't want to go through the process of filing then to find that you've got to do it all again because you've now got little overhangs and pointy bits. So we do all this first. So I'm going to, the only bit that's going to be exposed are these bits around the edges.
Of course.
So I'm only going to hammer those bits.
Okay.
Okay. So a nice lot of pressure. And make sure you're going right to the edge because you don't want it to have it, you know, you don't want a line around the edge where you've been trying to be too perfect.
Yeah, I see.
And don't worry if you hit the block. What I would say is if you've got a block like this, leave one side of your block for texturing and one side for flattening, and then it doesn't matter, you know, if you hit the block.
Good tip.
Okay. So you can see how that's such a lovely texture, this one. You see as I move my piece, these strands, it's giving me that cross hatch look.
Yeah.
So just a little more. There you go. It couldn't be easier than that, could it?
That's so
I don't know if we
simple.
tip it, can you see the texture more?
If you show it to
There we go. You can see all that texture in there. Okay. So that's enough on that one, I think.
Fab. What'd you say then? Sorry, Helena. She said you can let a bit of aggression out when you're doing it.
You sure can, yeah.
Sure you can, yeah.
You definitely can. Okay, and on the other one, I want a different texture so that it stands out. I think on the piece I've done there, I've just done sort of a dappled steel drum effect, so you can see in the centre. But just to show you the variety, I'm going to do one with like, this is the diamonds head on this one. So I'm just going to hammer this one, and now the whole thing needs hammering for this.
Oh, that's gorgeous.
Right, carefully with your fingers. If it's a small piece you're working on, if you remember to keep your fingers off of the block, and hold the piece onto the block, then you're less likely to hit your fingers. Okay, I think that'll do us.
Gorgeous.
There's enough texture in there. You can put as much or as little as you like in.
Fab.
But now you can see as they sit on top of one another, you've got the nice difference between the two textures.
That looks fab.
Okay.
It's taken it to a totally different level.
Yeah, it has.
Totally different.
Yeah.
Love that.
Yeah. Okay, so before I come to rivet them together, I just want to flatten them out so that they, you know, because they've risen a little bit. What's happened is as we've hammered down, it's sort of stretched the underside, which then starts the curve, and that's the process of forming, which you manipulate later.
Got you.
If you want to, but we don't really want it to happen for this piece. So all I'm going to do is just I'll turn both over together, and I'm just going to gently tap them, just to straighten them back out.
But that's not going to take the texture out at all, is it?
No, and that's where it needs to be gentle. And ideally, do that with a mallet or you know, your wire whacker.
Headed, yeah. I know what you mean.
The whacker plates.
Oh yeah, the two
you
plates.
could even do it in there if you wanted to. But that's just flatten them out so I can then begin to rivet.
I just think they're absolutely gorgeous. Let me show you those up to you on this side as well, just so you can really see the difference there. It just adds so much depth. If you want this hammer, don't forget, it's amazing, isn't it? If you want to get this look, the hammer that we've just used to create this is on your screen. Do check out those baskets though. It's only $24.95, but I don't have as many as we would like to have left, so do get your hands on it now. There we go.
Okay.
So, what size are you working with? Does it matter?
It actually does for riveting. What have we got?
I've got two of these, haven't I? Where's the other one? Here it is. I've got a 3.2 or a...
The smaller one. Oh, they're both the same.
Wait, they're both the same, it says. No, wait, are they?
It says they're the same.
It does, yeah, the ones I've got in front of me are the same, which is very strange. Isn't it? Well, I've got the 3.2 and the 4mm with me. You get started and we'll double check if we've got another one for you.
I hope you've got the other one. to be honest, we never used to do the larger size. We always did the smaller ones. So, you know, if you've got them at home, great. What we need when we rivet is we need a hole just slightly larger or the same size as the wire that we're using. So I've got 2mm wire, and on here I've got a 2.4, which is 2.4mm punch.
Got you.
So that will work nicely because I can slip the wire through and then I can rivet it to sort of stretch the wire into place. So what I'm going to do is mark on my pieces of metal where I want my rivets to go. So I want to just hold it in place.
Okay.
So I want one to come into this corner here, to this point, and I'm just going to do one in each corner. Okay, so just mark them. And we're going to need to punch both pieces together because then we know our holes are going to line up perfectly. So there's two ways you can do that. You can either punch these all individually and then lay this over the top and then just go through, or you can do them together. Now this tool is so easy to use that I find it goes through nice and easily with them both together. So you need to pop your, I don't know if you can see that on the camera, I'm going to have to move it so I can actually see where I'm punching. But basically you pop that into there. Yeah. Okay, and if you get your eye down to the same level, then you can see where you've made the little mark. Line up your pin, your cutting pin, and I can't see the lights in the studio causing too many shadows under here.
That's all right, don't worry, we've got it. If you want to do it in front of your face, you can.
If I'm slightly off skew, then just forgive me. No, at home you can see that because you haven't got lots of shadows. Okay, and then once you've got it in place, hold it firmly, twist the handle down, and keep twisting. It really is easy. I'm doing it with one hand here. Keep twisting.
And you can feel it going through, can't you?
If I'm here,
it's perfect there.
See it pop through. Give it a twist.
Yeah, I could actually hear it then.
Yeah, you can feel the tension start. I mean, I'm going through two pieces together here, so if you want to make it slightly easier on yourself, then
feel free.
Just do one at a time. Just line them up. I'll pop that one back through.
If you do want to get your hands on a hole punch, I've got a slightly different size here, but it has got a smaller size attached to it. It is the 3.2mm and the 4mm. You have, as Gemma does on hers, the black and the silver side, and what that means is you can see the black side is the larger one and the smaller is the silver. It does actually have it written on as well though, which is a great little thing for you to have. Oh, hang on, sorry, the wrong one's up on your screen, we'll ignore that. So you've got the 3.2 and the 4mm in here. It's really simple to use, as you can see. It pops out your little piece of metal that's left over as well. It will go through for you. This is your metal hole punch. Your price point today is just £8.95, and you do get both of those in there as well for you today. AONL 21 is the sizing on this, and we've just found, well done Pete, a 1.5 and a 2mm.
Brilliant.
So a 2mm is going to be great for this one as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
So obviously, depending on what gauges of wire you're using, depending on, so this is the one that's on your screen right now. This is the smaller size. You can see the differences there. They're swapping over now. But this is going to be perfect for this design. Obviously, if you want the larger one, that's going to be more for if you're going to be doing, say, your homemade links and you want to maybe drop your pieces from maybe things like Kumihimo and things like that with the larger holes.
Or getting, larger jump rings.
Large jump rings
if you want to pop the 2mm, if you want to make jump rings from your 2mm wire, then you're going to want a larger hole, really.
Yeah. If you want the smaller one, well then it's right here in front of you. It's a 1.5 and a 2mm, which is perfect for the wire we've got here, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
Some of the gauges we've got. And this again is £8.95. Your code on this one, which is the smaller one, is XCGX06, and the larger one is at the bottom of your screen, and that is AONL21, and they're both £8.95 for you today. There you go.
Okay. I think I might borrow that 2mm one off you because I think it will make the whole job easier.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is that all right?
Yeah, perfect. Just to let everybody know that we have a decent enough quantity of both, so even if you're watching at the night time, we should have some left over. We don't get it in that often though, so do treat yourself to it if you get the opportunity to do so.
Thank you very much.
No
Is
problem.
it a bit oily?
Tiny bit.
Yeah, I do.
Don't forget they do come
Rub it in.
oiled slightly. Yeah, rub it in, it's fine.
I need it this week. The amount of metal work and filing I've done.
Dries your hands.
Yeah. I give up trying now. Okay, so you see I've got one hole punched through. Now then, what can happen is when you're trying to punch the next one is it can move and wiggle around. So what I find is if I take a scrap bit of wire, cut a piece off, and poke it through the two holes.
Yeah.
And just bend it over. That's just going to keep that from moving out of place for me, because it will want to move around, and we really don't want that to happen because we need our holes to line up. It's really important. And then pop this punch in. See if I can get it from the right angle.
And again, getting down onto the level of it, making it easier for yourself.
Okay, once you've got it lined up, you can sort of, in fact, often I'll tighten it some way so that it's still got a bit of manoeuvrability inside, but it is gripping it slightly more. But like I said, we don't have to be perfect on a show. You can take your time and do it as perfectly as you like at home. Still, I can't do it though. I have to get it in.
Yeah, no, don't worry. Do it as it's easier for you. We have seen you do it.
Right. Okay. So I'm just punching a hole. I think I'll leave it there. You don't need to see me do all three. Just need to see how it's done. So that's gone right through the two. Unwind. Another tip with these is after you've done. I've got it stuck somehow. After you've punched a hole, go all the way through just to clear the
metal punch bit, because obviously you've punched it, so there will be a bit of metal left over.
Yeah, that's it. So it's inside this hole here. So if you just turn the handle right through, you should be able to push that piece of metal.
And I suppose that stops any kind of, backlog pieces in there, doesn't it?
Right,
and then we keep those pieces.
Yeah, you can keep those, put them in your polymer clay or
resin,
anything like that. They're actually quite nice as little discs. Okay, so now I'm going to take that out. So imagine I've got all my pieces punched. I'm just going to see if this 2mm wire goes through nice and snugly through there. Oh, it's perfect. So this 2mm punch is actually much better for the purposes of riveting than
the original,
the one I was using.
Because you've got the original one, haven't you? Is that right?
I have to work quite hard
size.
really to get that done.
The perfect one, as Gemma put it, for this is on your screen at the side there. It's the 1.5 and the 2mm.
And the 2mm, because I've got 2mm wire, so it's the perfect fit. It plugs. Yeah. And that's what we want, really.
Fab.
So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to cut, and this is probably the most difficult part of this process, is cutting just tiny little lengths of this wire. So I want a flat side, so you can use your saw if you like. But our flush cutters work really well, so I'm just going to cut that down. I'm going to cover it. You can see what I'm doing.
Yeah,
I'm going to cover it so it doesn't flick. So I've got a flat end.
Flat surface,
okay?
Yeah.
And then all I need is, if I pop that through, it needs to go through the metal, and I only need the tiniest amount sticking out the other side.
About 1 mil, 2 mil?
Oh yeah, it's about 1 mil.
About 1 mil, okay.
Really, and I need that amount both sides.
Okay.
Okay, so it really is the tiniest little bit. Shot myself in the belly there. Okay, so you can see, I don't know if we can see that, Ben, if I pop that there.
Yeah.
See how tiny that is?
Yeah, cute and delicate.
So this is, don't throw your scraps away, because that's the size of a rivet.
Perfect.
Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to pop that through our holes. So it's just standing in, and it's onto the block, of course. Mm-hmm. I haven't quite worked out which is the easiest way to do this, whether to put them together then put it through, or stand it up and then slot them over. But as long as it's going right through, and you'll feel. Okay, so there we go. It's in there and it's through both pieces.
Yeah.
So then what we're going to do is take a ball peen hammer, And what we want to do is we want to spread the metal.
Okay.
So we're going
That's just going to keep it in place, isn't it?
Yeah, we're going to hit squarely down, and I do this slowly. So I'm tapping it slowly first from this side to get it rolling. The edges sort of roll.
So the edges are spreading, which means it's not going to fall out.
That's right.
In that direction, I see.
Okay, so I've got it going there.
Yeah.
So that should be spread enough now for it not to fall out when I flip it over. So I'm going to flip it over. And you can see it's still plugged.
Yeah.
And I'm going to do the same from the back.
So just really take your time with it.
Yeah, it's gentle, this one. Because the last thing you want to do is hit it too hard and actually bend the wire.
Right, yeah, because it won't rest nicely then, and it probably won't hold it as well, will it? It'll still have wriggle.
So, doing that there, and I'm going to, the last bit I'm going to do is, you can leave it like that. I mean, that looks quite nice, quite a nice neat pin in there. But I actually want it to look a little bit more rustic. I don't want it to look quite as neat as that.
Okay.
So I'm going to give it a good whack now from the front. And you can actually whack it so much that it actually looks like it's part of the metal. You can't really see the seams because it thins it so much.
It spreads in.
Wow. But there you go, that's now a
Look
cold...
how held that is.
So that's now a cold fix.
A cold fix?
It's
Is
a
that
cold
what it's called?
fix,
A cold
yeah.
fix.
And if you've got a bit poking out the back, then I would just whack that down with the flat. There you go, and you can go back to the front.
That's amazing, isn't it?
But that's a cold fix, so that now is firm in place.
That really
and
is.
you've fused two pieces of metals. Now, a lot of people think you can't do it with like fire and torches, but for me, because I don't really use fire and torches very much, this is the sort of fixing I use.
That's amazing.
Yeah, so it's great. So it's great for attaching bails. If you can have a look on the piece that you like with the wiggly wires.
Yeah, I love, love, love.
You see what I've done is I've trapped those wiggly wires in the bail. I've folded a piece of metal over.
Oh yes, to attach the bail.
Yeah, so there I've gone through 3 pieces of metal with a hole, and then just attached that metal there, and that's the solid piece.
That piece is gorgeous, isn't it? Oh, I love this so much.
Now, if you want it to be articulated, if you want to do these so that they're articulated, you basically use a slightly longer peg and a larger hole, so that the wire can. So then you might use the 2.4mm hole that I used.
Yes,
so that you've got a little bit of play in that hole.
I see. So you've still got a little bit of movement there.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and then what you do is you gently dome either side so that it spreads the wire, but acts like a pin and a hinge then, rather than being able to like sit right flush.
Sit on it.
Yeah.
Just to let everybody know, obviously we have got Gemma in with us till 5, and I know some of this, I've never seen a technique like that before, and I know a lot of you perhaps won't have maybe worked with your sheet metals like this before. Feel free to message us in today. The last thing you want to do is, buy something today and think, oh, I wish I'd asked that question actually, because now I've got it here, I don't really know. Gemma's a great teacher. She'll be able to answer so many of your questions. So do feel free to message in. All you have to do is text us if you want to, 60777. So you text with the word JM Studio, that's 60777. Or get in touch on the app, which is free to download on your tablet, your phone if you want. Or you can get in touch on JewelleryMaker.com as well if you want to. Just pop a little message on there, and if we get it before 5 and we're able to show it, then we will. In fact, we've had one in just as I've said that. Hi all, really loving the show. Hi Margaret, lovely to see you. Gemma, you are amazing, and have just saved me a fortune on rivets. Never thought to use wire. Thank you so much. Of course, because you can buy your own rivets.
Yeah, you can buy rivets, and they're ready domed on one side. I mean, it is nice and easy.
Yeah.
You just pop them through and then hammer them down, but it's the same technique. You might as well do it. If you have a vise, you can make your own rivet pins so they're ready to go. So you just line them all up. I put mine on a piece of sellotape or a piece of masking tape, line up your wires, and then I grip the whole length with a little space, like a mil space in between each one, pop them in a metal vise, and then just hammer along the top. It splays all the tops out, and then you've just got pins that you can then just pop through.
Oh, that's so simple.
So yeah, and that'll save you a lot of money.
That'll save a lot of money and time, as well.
Yeah, you might as well.
If you're doing quite a few pieces.
Do a batch, yeah, they're ready to go.
That's brilliant. Thank you for that, Margaret. Lovely. I can't believe how simple that is, and it does just look fantastic. It looks very, very high end, I think. In a home done kind of vintage, I've made this way, but it looks so high end.
Yeah. I mean, it's really exciting. I remember when I first learned how to do it, I thought, that's it. That's how you do it. It is so simple, but really effective. And for those of you who don't like soldering or can't solder, because I know I'm a bit scared of it, it's a way of connecting as solid joins, you know, without glue, because we tend to view glue as not quite right, don't we?
Yes, I know exactly what you mean.
You know, so it's, you know, it's perfect.
It's great. And of course, just to remind you as well, that the punch that's on your screen right now, you know, we don't just use it for rivets, as you can see here. We've also used one to actually drop gemstones from the bottom of this as well. It's for lots of different things. You have to be quick on that one though, because that one in particular is getting very low in stock. Okay, what are we looking at next, Gem?
So we're going to look at filing now and finishing.
Okay. Now, I, in about 5 minutes, have a partial eclipse of the price, which is all to do with this. So have a little look, and then I'll bring you something to help you out.
Okay, so I've got the needle files here that we sell in the packs, but a large file, actually, I didn't know we had them, so I didn't bring a large file, but it is easier to start with a large file and work downwards. It makes things easier. There, that one would be ideal. So what I'm going to do is actually, to save me a bit of time, I'm just going to nip off the sharp corners.
Okay. You can file them, but it's just does it a bit quicker, does it?
Yeah, I'm just going to nip them off because then it'll just save me rounding them. They're already half done then. Okay. And what I'm going to do is going to go across the edges, sort of creating a bevel almost. And I do that from both sides, and then I'm going to go across the sides. So
now, filing is imperative, really, isn't it?
It is, yeah. You do. I mean, actually,
it could be quite sharp, could it?
The edges, it can be sharp.
Corners and things.
I mean, this isn't actually very sharp. No. The hammering actually seems to smooth things out a little bit. But yeah, it can be, and we really don't. But it doesn't look finished until you've just rounded those edges slightly. It's amazing the difference in the finish. Yeah. And it's so slight, but it does make a difference. Okay, so filing. I take my file and I hold my piece like this, and I file across. I'm pulling the file, sort of, what angle am I at here? What's this, about it's not 90, it's what, about 100,
yeah,
120?
About 100 degree angle.
Like that sort of angle, so you're sort of pulling it upwards. And a bit like doing your nails, if you go all in one direction, it just saves you time on your finishing, because if I go in all sorts of directions like that, I'm getting all sorts of cross hatching.
I see, okay.
Yeah? So I find this nice and easy, like that. So along the edges, each edge like that, and then flip it over and do the other edge.
And then we flip it
because I want to roll the edge from each side.
Okay, so you don't just want one side down.
No, and remember, this side is the bit that you're going to see, so you want it to look nice. This side is the bit you want to have against your skin, and you want it to feel nice.
Of course.
So we're going to do both sides.
Okay.
But it's actually quite quick, and if you've got bigger files, it's even quicker. So what you tend to do when you're doing finishing is you start with the most aggressive process, which is metal, the actual filing, and you can start with a much bigger tool if you want to, and then you work down to the finest. Okay.
So with this section here, would you just use a flat file?
Yeah, I'd start it off with a flat file. Yeah.
Okay.
Now this one, I need how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 strokes-ish to go along. With that one I need about 3. With the one you're going to get in a minute, you need about 3, so it's much quicker. Okay, so now I've beveled for one side, then the other. So now all I'm going to do is that actually makes that quite sharp. So almost like knife sharpening. Okay. So then I'm just going to go across there and pull it so that it's just flat. I'm just pulling across there just to take any burrs off that have been created by making the bevel. So actually that's really quite smooth now. So then tackling the corners, same. This time I generally pop it onto my finger and go around, just like you would if you're filing your nails. So around like so, and make sure it's the same from the front. So it's a little more delicate on the corners, that's all. Just smaller actions, but you're basically just following the line round. Remember always to bevel from the front then the back, and then finish by going around the actual edge. Okay. And I find that's always worked for me. It's how I do it. So that is my first level. Now, copper's a really soft metal, and actually, and I'm not looking for a high polish like I maybe would be with silver. So I don't have to be quite so delicate with it. So now I'm gonna use sandpaper, but you can use wet and dry sandpaper, a very fine grade. Usually you find it for sort of either in jewellers' tools or for car sort of finishing, paint finishes. So I'm going to start with my roughest texture. These are the sanding blocks that we have on JM, which are brilliant, by the way. And I'm going to go now across the edge. Nice thing about these is they're a sponge, so when I push in, I'm going to get all edges. You see, I'm going to get that bevel that I've created and the end. So I'm just going to rub across that edge, nice and firmly. So that's one of the coarser grades, and I'm going to go down to the next one, rub across the edge, and then the finest one to finish. Okay. And that, if you feel that, that feels like the edge of a knife, like a butter knife.
Like a butter, yeah. Super,
you know,
like the top of a butter knife,
like a children's butter knife.
Yeah,
children's knife. So that's really smooth now, and it feels totally different to that edge if you feel it.
Oh, completely different. That one that we haven't worked with feels rough. It feels
not dangerously rough.
No.
Doesn't feel finished.
No, that feels professional,
like a proper piece of jewellery.
Really does.
Okay.
Yeah, big difference.
Well, you can also see where I'm filing and polishing there with the sandpaper. You see, that texture is being picked up.
Yeah, got you.
If you notice, when I did this, I didn't worry about cleaning my metal first.
Okay.
Because actually, I didn't get any of the sulphurs or anything, and I didn't. So if you're not using liver of sulphur, you don't want to have that level of
tarnish,
patina and tarnish. If you don't clean it before you use it, you can then just have the tarnishing that's already occurred naturally for you. Rub over with your sandpaper, and you can see that texture really then starting to stand right out.
I see.
Can we see how that's made such a massive difference? You can really see the texture much more now, and that's just very gently sanding. I can take that much further.
Got you.
Excuse me. There's a few things with creating this polish. If you go all in one direction, you're going to get a brushed finish.
I see.
And if you can see on the ring.
And I need you now, tonight. And I need you more than ever. Sorry.
Do you know what? I was almost tempted to do something and to
Were you? Did you almost
like,
feel it there?
It was there.
It is
waiting to bust
partial eclipse of the price time. We're doing it around this time for each of the hours. This is an important time to do this, though, actually, because we are bringing you our files right now.
Brilliant.
We've already shown you how to use the flat file, as you've seen. This is what we used before to do the front, the back, and the sides of it. This is a slightly larger one, so as you said, take you a little bit less time, probably.
Yes,
And what about this one here? Because this is your, your square, isn't it?
Yeah,
your diamond
squares.
shape, your squares. So I'll show you that one.
That's good for getting into angles, particularly if you're using your saw and you're making shapes within shapes. Because this, I've only got an edge out on the outside, whereas if I had an edge on the inside, I'd need to get into it.
I know
so
what you
your
mean.
little corners on your files are important because they get right into the corners for you. You know, and into the smaller spaces.
You can see that. And this has a graduation as well. I don't know if you can see that at home, a very slight graduation too, which I suppose depends on the type of piece you're working with, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Super duper sturdy. They are metal, so I presume these are going to last and last and last.
Oh yeah, your files will last forever, really, pretty much. Especially the sort of fine sanding that we're doing. We're not doing heavy duties, you know, standing steel or anything, but because copper's nice and soft, they'll last a long time.
Absolutely. I'm also bringing to you with this wire as well. Can I just say to you that we have got lots of price drops today, but partial eclipse of the prices, especially for the eclipse today. We're doing some magical prices, and this is no exception. Honestly, you're getting those two files, and you're getting some blue copper wire in the 0.6, and you're also going to be getting your 0.4 in the antiques bronze as well. Just a little bit of a top-up, right? You know, why not? If we're going to be working with metals, it's nice to be able to have some of your weaving wires in there as well. Or if maybe you don't have things like your flush cutters, you can always gently round off the ends on some of your wire using these as well. It's an amazing price point. Partial eclipse of the price should be price is £14.30. We are going to take this low for you though. It's a magical day. We're doing a magical thing with the price. Just need to let you know though, I've already got so many people coming in and they don't even know what price we're going to. It was almost £15 today. It's not £14.30, it's £7.95 for you today. 20 metres worth of wire, and these two for £7.95. These are going to last and last and last and last. They are dual-sided as well, don't forget. This one obviously having 4 sides of that file, and these are going to last you and last you and last you. It is an extremely, extremely popular group that we have here, bundle. I've got just over 100 here for you today, which sounds like a great quantity, but when you can see the names that I can see coming up on my screen, the fact that your names are about to go off my screen any minute now, and the fact that it's gone off my screen now, and the fact that I know the amount of people on the phone already, you do need to get in and check out those baskets as quickly as you can. £7.95. It's an astonishing price. Once that has gone, we will bring the kit back on screen for you because this will be a sellout very, very soon. Okay, I'm back with you.
Okay, so yeah, I was saying about the when you're polishing or taking off your patina or just bringing up the shine from the surface. If you sand all in one direction, could you pass me the ring with the garnet on?
Yes,
that's the one.
Oh, it's so
if you
gorgeous.
can see on this ring here. I don't know if you can see the finish.
It's almost dusty, like a frosted.
It's a brushed. It's like a
Brushed
brushed
effect,
finish.
yes,
yeah.
that's exactly.
It's not. It's shiny, but it's not a high shine, and
No,
it's
you're right.
It's not gloss. Okay.
No.
And that is because what I've done is when I've sanded this, I've done it all in the same direction. So I've kept my strokes exactly the same going on it, and that gives you that sort of brushed finish.
That's a really nice piece for unisex pieces actually, because not all gents want to wear high shine, do they?
No, I think that's a really lovely unisex ring.
Yeah,
I'm
I love
pleased with
that.
that. In fact, that's probably one of my favourite bits in the kit, and it's so simple.
So beautiful.
Yeah. So here, if you can see, what I've started doing is I've going, if I want to bring up a really nice polish, if we can see here, can you see how it's changed? It's very difficult. So I've highly polished, or I've been circular here in this area, and this is in a straight lines, and then nothing towards the top end.
Yeah, you
so
get
see
totally
the
different
difference.
looks.
So to polish, you go down and down and down in your grades of paper, and you rub in circles, okay, and that will give you a more dispersed, glossy finish. Now, to really bring out the gloss even further, it's like on the necklace that I'm, the main piece that I've been showing here, I've gone over the top with an agate burnisher to really lay all those particles down and really bring up that sort of watery gloss finish.
I see what you mean. Yeah.
So you can take that finish as far as you like, and at any stage you can stop, and it looks like a finish in its own right.
Fantastic.
Which is nice. So if you get bored, then you can just say, oh no, it's meant to look.
It's meant to look like that.
Meant to look like that. It's a matte finish.
Love that.
Okay.
Thank you so much for showing us that
bit.
gem.
That's right. No worries.
Got something exciting coming up now.
Yes, we have.
Now, Gemma Crow has no idea of the price. I've already told her it will be under £15. I don't mean by 5p though, I can tell you that. It's close to £15, which is an astonishing price. You said, when I told you about this on Monday, I told you we had it coming up, and you were just like, oh, finally. You've been waiting, haven't you?
Yeah, I have, and they are so expensive and hard to find as well. And then cost a fortune in postage. So I've been hoping that we get them, because then I can save all that money.
Helen has just been nosying online, and she's saying all the ones that she's found are either really, really, really high price points, or they're from America, and they're still around. She said she's found some around kind of $30, $35, but then there's quite a bit of post and packaging, she's just saying.
And then tax. And shipping tax.
Of course, shipping tax.
And also, I don't know about anybody else, but my business insurance doesn't allow me to import.
Right,
so
okay.
I'm not covered for anything I use. So, for example, if I wanted to use this with a student, or a product with a student, if I'd shipped it from abroad, then I wouldn't be able to, and they hurt themselves on it, I wouldn't be able to.
You wouldn't be allowed to?
No, so I'm not supposed to import anything myself.
Wowzers.
For use with a business.
Okay, wow. Well, good tip then.
Yeah, so make sure you check your insurance. A lot of people, get done by that, or don't know that.
No. Tell us exactly what we've got here. This is your brand new sandbag and block, and it looks a little bit like this. Take a little look at it.
Jan thought it was a whoopee cushion.
Oh,
Jan! She wondered why I brought a whoopee cushion to the studio with me.
That's amazing, isn't it? Let me show you how you'll be getting it. You'll get it like this. This will be your packaging on it. It's beautiful, soft, isn't it?
So lovely.
You are all absolutely flooding in for it. Just to let you know, the bag is a 5-inch round approximately. You are all flooding in. Can they see the price that it's actually going to? All the people who are going in. So there should be price they're looking at right now. We are going to drop it down, aren't we? This is brand new sandbag and block. You're all absolutely rushing through. I'm just a little bit blown away really by the prices that we're all seeing now. I need you to just say to us what the quality of this is like, please, because I think people are going to be shocked at the price we're going to, and I don't for a second want anyone to think, oh well, it can't be great quality.
So far, I mean, amazing. I haven't actually hammered onto it yet, so it's the first time. So
exciting!
But, I can't see that there's going to be any problem. It's a really
seams look good on it.
Thick leather. It's a double seam. It's not overfilled, so it's not going to burst.
So what is this for specifically?
Right. So one, it's a brilliant sign barrier. So I don't know about you, if I've got neighbours next door and I can't hammer after a certain time, it's a great sound absorber.
Okay, good.
And protects your surfaces, so
Good
that's
tip.
one great thing for it. But it's, for me, the reason I've wanted one for so long is it's perfect for forming and doming and things like that. Now, I've got dapping blocks and things like that, but sometimes you just want to get it started before you pop it into the dapping block.
Got you.
And sometimes you want to form an unusual shape. You don't want to, something that you can do on a dummy or in a dome. So this will allow me to create undulations, curves, and form my copper into whatever shape I like. Now, like I said, this is all in my mind because I've never done it.
Yeah.
But I know it's possible. And when I first started using metal and tin, I was using, I used to do this into my grass at home, into my lawn.
Stop it. I bet your neighbours thought you were Coco Loco.
Yeah, a bit nuts. But yeah, I mean, because that is what you need, something that can give, but can also
push back in a way.
Push back on impact.
On impact, yeah, I know what you mean.
Sand does that. Sand is very fluid and you can put it in and out, you know, like that. However, if you impact it, it's solid, but it does have a bit of give, and that's what you need. You need
exactly
that, because I can put this all over one side and just have a small area, so I can create a heavy curve this side and a short one this side, or I can create a perfect dome. So you can tell I'm really excited. I can't wait to have a go. So let's just do it.
I'm going to have to bring in the price first. So I'm just going in. I can't hold your horses. Just to let you know, we do get the steel block with it as well. Your price point today, you're going to love, I think. I can't believe that actually we are going to take it under 15 by so much. It's £9.95. And that is with the steel block, by the way. With the steel block and the sandbag as well.
It's crazy. It is.
Your face is just sort of...
Yeah, it really is. I mean, I haven't seen one. When I was looking, I mean, I stopped looking a while ago, but when I was looking to buy this when I first started, they were about £50–60 for a leather sandblock like this. So I thought, oh, you know, there's no way. And then the postage. So I just honestly can't believe it. My steel block that I bought was a little anvil, and that was £25, £9 postage.
Just by itself?
By itself.
Don't forget, and this is super duper heavy, and this is included in that potion packaging, and it's £2.95. You know, midnight till midnight, doesn't matter how much you get. You don't have to, every time you check out, you don't have to repay that. It's from midnight till midnight, one potion packaging. And the weight on this really, you know, it is a sturdy piece of kit. But even if you do already have a block, as we've seen, do you mind if I show this?
No,
do you mind that? This is Gem's block that she has here, and you can actually see you've obviously done quite a bit of texturing on this.
This is my texturing block.
This is a texturing one.
Yeah.
So you can see lots of texturing there. So if you do want a flattened piece, it's always great to have a brand new block. So because if you were to hammer with this and try to make something flat, that would obviously show through.
Yes, it would.
Hello, amazing. 2 days ago, searched online and found the sandbag on a well-known site for £33. I just cannot bring myself to buy anything else. OMG. And that from anywhere else. And that is from Candy. Hello, Candy in London. I know the prices that come back. I'm happy to tell you, just everybody, thanks for texting that in, Candy. Just to let everybody know that I have about 200 of these, but I do, as far as I know, have all of the stock and quantity. I started off with 200, I should say. I've got about 60 left, and that's not paying attention to the people who have it in their baskets, which is a high number. So get these whilst you can, and we'll see how to use it now.
Right, now what I'm doing here, and I think I'm being a bit overcautious, but what I've done is before I hammer into this, I've taken any snags. So I've just rough sanded it and finished it
with those files.
With those files, because I don't want to risk cutting.
The files are on the bottom of your screen, by the way, $7.95.
I think I'm going to be hard pushed to actually penetrate this anyway, but just in case, I've been cautious. Okay, so I'm going to use the ball peen hammer, so I'm going to use the doming end, the forging end, the forming end, the round end. You can get all sorts of specialist hammers for forming, so and also acrylic mallets and things like that you can use here as well. So I've cut a bangle length out here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hold this into my sandbag.
Oh wow, that's forming so quickly.
And hammer down. Okay, so if that, wow, this is brilliant.
Wow. I love that.
I just want to go home and play with this now.
Look, you look like so happy.
Look, this takes me ages on a tea towel. I'm not joking. I have like an old towel that I pad up in like layers and layers and layers and pop it on my block and do this at home, but it doesn't work like that, I can tell you. So, oh wow. Okay.
It's like a kid on Christmas Day. I adore it.
So that's getting a curve, but I wish I had some circles cut out, because I think doming is going to be so easy. Oh, I'm so excited.
I can see. I can see how happy you are.
I just want to go home right now.
Please don't. I've got 2 hours left. I can't do it without you.
So there you go. I mean, you see how simple that is, right? So if you want to start again, start afresh, just pop it into place. So you can see what I'm doing is I'm hammering at a slight angle. I want my curve, so I'm going to hammer in towards where I want the curve to go.
It's always like the blocks doing a lot of the work for you. Well, it is, isn't it? It literally is doing a lot of the work for you.
Well, what it's doing is it's giving the basically it's becoming a dummy or a jig for you, and all you're doing is stretching by pushing down with the hammer. So I'm compressing the metal this side, and it's stretching this side, and the pillow here is helping it. It's just guiding it and allowing that process to happen. Now, this is where your jewellery tools, your jewellery hammers are going to come in really handy, because this is a bit big really to get into there now.
Okay.
So a smaller hammers would be really useful here.
We have had another text in actually about this sand and block. We've had quite a few price comparisons in. Here's just another one of them. Thank you very much, Sue, for messaging this in. Cheapest I know of is £16 by itself. I'm studying silver at night school. Oh my gosh, I bet that's amazing, Sue. Use my JM tools. Teachers said they're great quality and price. Sue, if you bought this, take that in and see what they say about the price. The fact it comes with the block as well at £9.95. OMG, says Alison. On that well-known auction site, £115 each. And they've sold 271. Bet they wish they had found JM. I am, thank you. Alison, well done for finding us, and thank you for letting us know. That's astonishing, isn't it?
It is.
Look at what I've got for you here.
Right.
These are your jewellers' tools. They're coming up for you right here, right now. You've never seen these on a Designer Inspiration show, as far as I know, and you are seeing them today. They do come in our pouch, which is a high shine pouch, so it will be waterproof for you. You do have the zip around the outside of this, and you have all 5 of these. Now, jewellers' tools, they're important for more of your kind of delicate and intricate pieces and places, aren't they?
Yeah, definitely. And like here, getting into this curve, and I mean this is quite a large piece of jewellery.
Of course.
So you can imagine, the smaller your like little earrings over there I've made they would need a smaller tool, and also more delicate materials. So if I'm working with sterling silver, which is a really soft metal, then you're going to want something smaller, more precision, more accuracy, and less pressure.
Yeah.
Although these are quite a good weight, I've got to say. They're quite good weight for how tiny the heads are.
I just want to point out as well that these are classed as 5 pieces, which there are, but they are double-sided as well, aren't they? So
2 heads,
they are 2 heads, so it's kind of like you're getting 10 heads in some of these. In particular, they're very different shaped ones. Which one do you want to use for this piece, Gem?
Let's go for this one.
Okay.
Round ball pine head.
So you do have ball pine heads in here. I know we were using earlier the ball pine heads for the rivets.
Yeah.
Can we still use these ball pines for the rivets?
You can, yeah.
Fab. If you don't have a normal ball pine.
If you don't have a normal ball pine, yeah.
Fab.
Yeah.
So if you do want to create the rivet look that we've done on here, you'll know that we use the ball pine, which is the kind of domed head, and we do have a couple of different ones in here for you, different sizes, and for you to use. I'm going to bring the price in of this Jeweller's Hammer set. Your price point today is just £14.95.
That is such good value. It's such good value, even for the case.
Realistically,
I mean, a tool case, you know, that carries them all in. You can't beat the value, can you?
Super sturdy. It is a wonderful, wonderful collection. It's a wonderful array, and I know we've got so many treats coming up. I know you've seen the eclipse already, and the day just keeps getting more magical, doesn't it? £14.95. We'll see exactly why this is so great to use with your sandbag, which is at the bottom of your screen, but I'm in Last Chance Saloon on that sand and block right now. Started off with around 200. We've got about 30 left now, so get it quickly if you want it.
Okay, so I'm going in. You can see I can actually get into there now.
Yeah, because the other side's curved, you couldn't earlier with the larger.
That's right.
Oh, it's still really doming it, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's amazing, isn't it?
So I can get most of my curvature done here. And then if you want to, if you're lucky enough to have a bracelet mandrel, then you can work onto your mandrel after. But it's so nice to get most of this curvature done before anything else. And again, if the softer the mallet you have, so if I had an acrylic, I don't know if there's acrylic head in there. No, an acrylic head, then you can get an even softer doming. This is, I mean, look how. That is so good. Honestly, I'm so impressed. I really am. Absolutely brilliant. So yeah, and you can actually, that's quite a lot of pressure I'm putting in there, and that I can feel the
sand in it.
Yeah, feel the sand sort of tough. It's like a seatbelt, you know, when you pull it slightly,
it hardens.
You know,
like with water.
Yeah.
If you're jumping off high.
Yeah.
Oof. Oof. Oof.
Yeah. I wouldn't hammer into water.
No. You know what I mean.
I know what you mean.
Well, I'm going to stop you before you carry on.
Okay.
I know, sorry. But you can see that the quantity on the hammers has gone down dramatically. I've not got that many of them left at all, about 58 left at the moment, but I've probably got about 30 also in baskets. We are going to head over to a quick break and try and prize these tools off Gemma Crow. What are we expecting the second designer inspiration, apart from those gorgeous letters?
I've forgotten all about it.
Apart from those gorgeous letter stampers, etc. Got the Arial letters in.
We have got letter stamping, and we got some of the little blanks but used a little bit differently, and a new way with a top drilled gem, which I'm excited about.
Oh no, I can't wait to see that. After the break, because we've been with Gem for so long, I've got about 10 minutes worth of perfect pairings, and don't forget, I've got 925 gold plated crimp bead covers coming up soon. Stay where you are, it's a great day to get involved.
Download the Jewellery Maker app today. You can watch our Jewellery Maker shows live, view all the details of the item that is currently on air, as well as browsing all the items from today's show. You can also minimize the video or switch to use as a companion app. Get the Jewellery Maker app today and boost your viewing experience. Gemma Crow brings you into the world of patina. You'll create stunning effects with the guidance of Gemma right beside you. This DVD includes adding texture to your designs, preparing your metal, applying the patina, neutralizing process, and finally, the finishing process. To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with Jewellery Maker. Chrome diopside, which as the name suggests, gets its vivid green colours from chromium. It's not a particularly well-known gemstone. Diopside, or sometimes known as Russian diopside, was first discovered in the early 1800s and derives its name from the Greek words dis and ops, meaning two-faced, in reference to the two ways of orientating the gem before cutting. Diopside is unusual in that it has perfect cleavage in two directions. To see more of this incredible gemstone, stay tuned to us. Join our expert tutor Tracy Spurgeon, who will introduce you to the world of silver clay. She will guide you in how to use the tools, materials and equipment for handling and making jewellery using silver clay. You will be taken through the basic techniques step by step to the completion of 2 pieces of fine silver jewellery. This course includes 20 grams of silver art clay, use of all relevant tools, a buffet style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios, meet the presenters and a visit to the Gemporia Museum. All of this for just £149.95. For more information, contact the call centre on 0800 644 655. Jewellery Maker, bringing out the designer in you.
We really appreciate your support here at Jewellery Maker, so we'd like to give you something back every time you refer a friend to us. Once your friend's order is delivered, you'll both be rewarded with a free £10 credit to each of your accounts. Simply log onto your account or ask our call centre team to find your Refer a Friend code, give it to your friend and have them type it into the refer box when they sign up online. Alternatively, give the code to our friendly call centre team and they'll do the rest. So come and bring your friends into the fabulous world of jewellery making. Jewellery Maker, share your passion. If you miss a Jewellery Maker show, then simply go to our YouTube page where you'll be able to find hours of Jewellery Maker footage. Search by show, date or type. Alternatively, search by guest designer by using our playlist page. You can also find hours of tutorials with handy hints and tips to give you inspiration. Our YouTube page is updated on a daily basis, so you can access any show at any time. Stay in touch with Jewellery Maker.
Welcome back everyone to Designer Inspiration. Happy Partial Eclipse Day! Yes, question from Gemma Crow. Yes, Gemma Crow.
Did you know that it's International Happy Day?
Is it?
Or the International Day of Happiness?
Do you know what? I'm feeling really happy today.
I know. I was feeling really happy too, but I knew I had the sunblock, so that's obviously why.
That's all you need. Put a smile on your face. We've nearly sold out of that, by the way. But do check out if you want it. Hi, Gem.
Hi.
Lovely to have you on board today.
Yeah, it's great to be here.
Isn't it? So, National Happy Day. What makes you happy, Ben?
Quiche.
Quiche. Pip, what makes you happy?
Cheese.
Cheese. Peter, what makes you happy?
Pizza.
Pizza. It doesn't have to be food related, guys, okay?
That makes me happy.
Gemma's just been made happy because Pip, who used to be my producer, has brought her a kit. What's in it, Pip? Yes, I nearly called you Pete. Yeah, no one noticed.
Pearls, new wood.
Pearls, new wood.
Lace.
Lace.
Cords.
Cords.
All sorts.
All sorts. You wood, you heard. Is that on our show?
Yeah.
Gemma Crow, I'm so excited.
Catwalk.
And what?
Catwalk.
Catwalk. I think you said
Catwalk
and a walk.
No.
And a walk. Can't wait for that. We've got loads coming up for you now. This section is called Perfect Pairings. Now, we are going to be launching Gemma's kit a little bit earlier today, so if you are about to go on the school run, save it until about 5 to if you can, because we're going to do perfect pairing super quick now. Please get on the phone as quickly as you can. I'm going to do Gemstone, we're going to do great things that will go with it, whether they be findings or whatever. So let's get started. I've got about 10 minutes. Let's go. Where are we starting, lovely lady? Let's get started with... Oh, you're going to love these, Gem Crow. In fact, I know you do. Da 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 da. They are sensational. Take a look at these. These are beautiful, bold. It's my last in stock though. I've got the last selection and collection of these. These are absolutely sensational. Look all the way around these. These are your gold edge purple agate slabs. Look at how bold, beautiful and sensational they are. Gem, what would you be doing with these ones, please?
I think I would, going back to our metals, I think I'd texture an unusual shape and then have those, punch some holes and have those threaded in, just so that they're just sort of standalone, quite arty looking.
I love that idea.
But give it a metal backing of some sort.
You're big into kind of chunky pieces. In fact, you had quite a large cabochon on this a week or so ago when I saw you. This is so up your street for me.
Yeah, it really is. And I love working with the silks and things, the sari silks.
Yes.
So you need a big, bold gemstone to go with those.
Of course you do.
So yeah, and on the 30th, I have a show that those would work really well in with that. Sari silks.
They are truly, truly beautiful. When you hold these up to the light will shine through. They have got that natural banding. This one's almost like peacock feathers. It is sensational. They've got this gold effect around the outside as well, which is just a beautiful way of enhancing the look of these. If you want to get your hands on them, I have currently got 32-ish left. Your price point today for your gold edge agate is just £19.95 for you today. That is astonishing. When you look at the size of these, around a 52 by 40 mil on these, you will be getting 5 pieces as well. And at that price point, they're working out very, very low price each, aren't they? Well, less than £5, aren't they? What are they, about £4 something per one? There's loads of you coming in. It's lovely to see you. Thank you all for joining me today. Works out about £3.99 each. About £3.99 each.
It's remarkable, isn't it? I think you pay at least £8 or £9 in a shop for those.
£8-9 easily, just for one of them. Easily, easy peasy. It's an absolute great price. Just to let you know, I don't have many of these left right now. They're getting whilst you can. The perfect pairing for these is a selection of charms. These are going to be great if you've been getting on board with the stamping today. I mean perfect, because they're already textured, but if you're planning on getting letters later on, you can actually still letter into these. There's loads here. Wait, sorry, did I just slow down then? My producer's saying things to me. It's not these ones. Oh. It's all right, don't worry about it, lovely. These ones. We will be bringing those to you later, so don't worry. I've got here for you your charm box. These are your wings. You've got, in fact, speaking of the peacock feathers, with those, how gorgeous is that? Isn't that beautiful? Because you've got the peacock shaped feather, and then you've got those peacock colours as well. You've got loads and loads of different charms in here. Things like your peacock feathers, things like your wings as well. You've got leaf shapes in this as well, which are going to go sensationally with Gemma Crow's next design. And we are going to price drop this. You've got 24 pieces, and you get the matrix box, storage box with the slidey lid as well. You've got 3 of each design. Should be £11.95. Got to say the quality of these is great. It is genuine gold plate on these as well. They are brass too, so they've got a lovely heavy weightiness to them. Your price point today is rolling down to just £7.95. That is amazing. I remember bringing these to you before I threw them over. I remember bringing these to you at that £11.95 and genuinely being able to say that is an astonishing price point, because £11.95 for all of this is. £7.95 though, well, for me that is just so sensational. If you imagine you could make 3 different really heavily charm bracelets out of this, and for 3 bracelets it would literally cost you £7.95. That's astonishing, really. Oh, and a bit of chain obviously on top, but that is astonishing for 3, isn't it? £7.95 for you today. You've got to get these whilst you can, because things are absolutely flying out. That one in particular is going very, very quickly. Last in stock, obviously, at that price point. I have got for you now one of the big 4, and I've got to say it is an exquisite example of it. Oh my goodness. Just do me a favour. Just hold in your mind now the archetypal colour of emerald. What does it look like? Can you imagine it? This is natural emerald. Oh, I bet that's the colour, isn't it, that you're thinking of? that gorgeous, fresh emerald colour. Natural emerald I have here for you. We all know that natural emerald isn't something we come by so often, let alone with this vibrancy of colour. We'll see natural emerald, oh my goodness, and clarity in many, many areas on this. I wonder if that's possible to see. Can you see, look at the clarity on this, ladies and gentlemen. Take a moment, put down your brew, have a little look in this direction, because look at the clarity on this. For an emerald that is natural, you'd expect that amount of clarity maybe from a filled emerald, but not a natural emerald, we wouldn't at all. This is high-end luxury. I've got to go through this really, really quick. I could spend an hour on this really, because the fact that it is gorgeous, natural, it has got clarity to it. But all I can do, I'm very jealous of you because we're dropping the price. Everyone pays the same. It's $29.95 for you. Don't worry if you are a little bit jealous about those people who already got it. You've still got the chance to get your hands on some, but you do have to be quick. That is a price drop you probably weren't expecting. $29.95 for this astonishing emerald. It's really, really, really sensational. Get it whilst you can, because the perfect pairing for high-end emeralds such as this, quality emeralds such as this, has got to be 925 gold plate. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, get yourself on the phone. 0800 644 655. Get yourself on the phone lines for these 925 gold plate crimp bead covers. Wow. Gem, we don't see these often at all, do we? 925 gold-plated crimp bead covers.
No, we don't see them very often. It's, you know, the 925, it doesn't come up all the time, does it?
No.
So yeah, it's good to have that, and those are invaluable anyway. If if you're threading pearls, you're going to use a crimp bead, and you don't really, if you're going to spend the time and money on having, quality silver crimps and things like that, you're going to want to finish it nicely, and so you need those.
You do. Yeah. You need these to be added to your collection, because we do not see 925 gold plate sterling silver in this way very often at all. We don't see 925 spacers that are kind of you're playing around very often at all. And don't forget, if you close these up, then you can use it in that way, absolutely. OYRF15 is your code on these. It is high-end elegance. If you're not exactly sure what a crimp bead cover is for, essentially you can use it as a spacer. Like I said, you just close the mouth together, give you a real nice spacer look. But if you want to, you can pop a crimp in the middle of these and close it around. Don't forget, you don't have to use precious metal crimp if you don't want to with these, because you've got the precious metal on the outside. Just use your normal copper ones. I have got some really nice ones coming up at some point soon though. But you can use this essentially to add your clasps on, to give your cord ends a really nice look, to give you a really lovely professional finish on these. Hello to you all who are coming in. I know we don't see them very often at all. Your price point today for 100 of these, £17.95 for you today. Genuine gold plating on these, genuine real deal gold. It's becoming trickier and trickier for us to get our hands on. Do get them whilst you can. £17.95 for you on this today. Well done. I'm going to now bring the kit to you. Don't worry though, I have got some more perfect pairings coming up after the second designer inspiration, and I do have more treats coming up for you. But thank you Ben, you lovely gentleman. Okay. We are bringing to you now this kit. I've got to say, it's a stunning kit. It's sensational.
Ooh.
They're super durable as well.
Skipping
no way in a kit! I've never seen these in a kit before.
A whole metre.
A metre's worth.
You should have seen me trying to unthread it. I kept going. I was like this.
Like a magician. Well, you're doing a Debbie McKick.
Kept going. Yeah.
Take a look at all of this. Gem, just give us a little bit of what to expect from this.
It's very pretty, feminine. It all works together so well. It's so well put together, this kit, and so springtime. But you've got those little elements of difference as well. So the wire and the blanks, which is lovely.
Got you. You've got loads and loads of wire in here. in fact, you've got 60 metres worth, which is amazing. You've got 10 metres worth of the 0.8 in the silver, and then this is 50 metres worth. Now, I know the 50 metre spools are usually a lot larger, but this is your 2.5. So just to, you know, save on plastic and delivery, etc., we've put it on a smaller spool, but it is 50 metres. You'll be able to see that when you look at the size. So you've got 60 metres worth in total here. I also have Rainbow Moonstone, gorgeous blue schiller. I've got a faceted coin of that gorgeous peridot as well. It's really bright. How springtime is that? It's sensational. You'll love how Gems use this alongside that meters worth, wow, of that quartz. That's amazing. What a lengthy strand. This is your rose quartz that we have here for you today. Go great with those rose quartz birds we did earlier on. They're around 790 carats worth in total on these ones. There is a graduation of a 9x8 by a 26 by 24. It is a sensational strand. I don't know if anyone listens to Radio 4, but I do. And on Radio 4, they're doing this thing at the moment about springtime and what. Yeah, Radio 4. Where else can you hear the Archers, Helena? But they were doing this thing about what springtime means in different places, and essentially there was they were talking about the Japanese cherry blossom and how they actually have whole festivals dedicated to Japanese cherry blossom, and how they will actually you know, have whole tents built around gorgeous cherry blossoms, and that's what the colour of this reminds me, and that signals in the Asian culture the start of spring, and this is so springtime, isn't it, Gem?
It is, yeah, and it had exactly the same sort of connotations for me when I saw it. My neighbour's got a lovely blossom tree outside, and every time it comes out, it's just so lovely. Every time you leave the house, there it is, a reminder that it's all, you know, everything's going to start again.
It is absolutely beautiful.
Lovely.
Cherry blossom flowers only last about a week, though. These are going to last much longer. You've also got in here your clear quartz. Those are 100 carats worth that you have on this strand on the end, and it's your top drilled facets that we've got there. Really beautiful effect with these. You can see the glow bursting through there, and those ones are about a 12 by 8. I'm also bringing to you, speaking of cherry blossom, some flower shapes. These are your flower blanks that we have here for you today. These are, you're going to be getting 10 of these in total. You're getting 2 packs. They are the brush detail. We will be bringing you the letter stamps in Arial, higher and lowercase later on for you. The sizing on those are about 30mm, and like I say, you do get 10. Let me reiterate exactly what we've got. 10 of the flowers, you've got the clear quartz, you've got a meter's worth of rose quartz, you've got that peridot, you've got the moonstone, and you've got 60 meters worth of wire. Your price point today. Now, nope. I think you're going to love the price. I'm going to go under £35 again today for you. All right, I'm going under 30. £28.95. Look at the amount you're getting here. You're not just getting 1, 2, 3, 4 strands at all. If you're thinking our average strand, you know, 30, this strand by itself, ladies and gentlemen, this one right here for you, this meter's worth, is £17.95. That is £17.95, this one here. So essentially, you're getting 60 metres worth of wire, an amazing lengthy strand again, the peridot, gorgeous bursting of colour, loads of blues in that rainbow moonstone, a stunning faceted clear quartz, which really cannot be ignored because it's sensational, and 10 of those blanks for about £11. That is astonishing, isn't it? 60 metres worth of wire. 3 strands, 10 blanks for £11. What?
It's just your face. You're doing like the, you know, when you get told off by your mum. And
Is it?
And you did.
Isn't it?
And like
it
that.
is though.
Yeah, you're a bit like
that.
that.
Yeah, but it is.
Yeah.
It is though, isn't it? Isn't it?
Yeah, it's amazing.
I just think it's absolutely amazing price point. Well done to absolutely everybody. I'm so sorry, did I move my hand out of shot? Do you want me to do it again? Yeah, go on.
I want to try it.
Yeah, go on, Ben. You can try the shot. Absolutely lovely. No problem.
Really disappointing.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to disappoint you, lovely. It's the day of national happiness, apparently. So let's make Ben happy by letting him get this lovely shot.
Oh, look, it's the pink gemstone. Wait a minute, what's that in the background? Oh, look, it's the wire. Oh, how nice.
Wow. just made his day. $28.95 is a sensational price, but I do have to go and see Gem and all of her pieces that she has created because they are just exceptional. Lots of you are coming in for this. At that price point, this has got to be one of the largest amounts that I've seen in quite some time for a price point anywhere near that. Really, it's astonishing. Hi Gem, lovely lady.
Hi.
How are you?
Yeah, well, thanks.
Oh, you've had fun with these.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah. I've stamped them, I've patinaed them, I've punched them.
They are beautiful,
They
aren't
are beautiful.
Sorry, I'm having a right good nosy. We have got some patina coming up for you in this designer inspiration as well, so do keep your eyes open. Inspiration, springtime gorgeousness, I presume.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, just the quantity, the volume inspires you as well, because you know you're just going to be able to keep going with ideas. You're not going to run out of gemstones. That quartz, the rose quartz just goes on forever.
It does, doesn't it?
You know, it's so long.
On and on and on and on.
And it's really lovely as well. It's really smooth pebbles. They've got that organic feel, but also they're quite uniform too, because they're graduated. So they, you know, best of both worlds with those. They're lovely. Lovely.
We will be bringing the letters for you very, very, very soon.
And you know, those clear quartz, I very rarely work with clear, sparkly gemstones.
Yeah.
It's not very often, because it doesn't go in with the mediums I specialise in, but I'm absolutely taken with those. They are so lovely that, you know, I would like some of those in my stash. Definitely.
Well, you've got some now, haven't you?
Well, yeah, they might not end up under the desk.
They're just such a gorgeous amount that you've got here. Do you know what? I just love how you've done so many different pieces. You've done some individual pieces. I love that one earring that you've done as well. Oh,
that one earring is a bag charm. or it would be, you know, you can put that onto a key ring or something. So you can stamp a little message on there for your best friend or a name, and then just those clusters of gemstones.
I love it. I love a good bag earring.
Could be an earring. You make two earrings.
Well, you could just wear one earring. That's really a big craze at the moment.
Yeah.
Really big.
Yeah.
So, Gem, what are we going to learn to make today, lovely?
We're going to do this one. Fab. Okay. So it's, you know, just some techniques, and then if we've got time, we can do a bit of stamping maybe. But I know you've got wonderful Debbie who shows you stamping, and I think Jan did the other day as well. So you can watch those shows back if we don't get round to it.
Yeah, fabulous.
All right.
Yeah, we're just being passed loads and loads of treats here, as well as a brew.
I know. Did you see what's happened? I've got my coffee just as I'm about to talk for an hour.
I know, yeah. What are those bits?
It's just a bit of penicillin.
What? Oh no, because I'm allergic. Just to thank you, Pete. It looks lovely. I'll just mix them in. I've got lots and lots of you getting your hands on that kit. I've not got that many left actually. How many left did you say? About 14 left, so not that many at all. You're right, lovely. What's up, Chuckles?
I'm not sure the kettle was boiled.
Is it cold?
It's already cold. Thanks, Pete. Sorry. It's going to be cold by the time we get to it anyway.
Yeah, we're fine. So, loads of pieces coming up for you in this section, your patinas and some professional tools as well. So do keep your eyes peeled. Let's get started, shall we?
Yeah, now then. So what I'm going to start with is making these flower and vine sections. So these are made in two sections. They're two separate pieces, and then I've just stitched them together with some of the finer wire. Had I realised that this was 50 metres, I saw it on that spool and it's not got a label on, my sample doesn't have a label, I would have probably done some sort of, you know, beads with the 0.25 as well, but I didn't realise I had 50 metres.
I've just been told by my producer that she's just had a little look at the stamps and she's worked out she's got uppercase both of them, but there's an uppercase in a large size and an uppercase in a lower size stamp letters, so they're coming up for you later, but I'll show you that later on. But just to let everybody know that they are coming up for you. You've used hole punch on this?
Yes, I have. Used the hole punches to punch a hole in the centre, which is great. You can use a drill, and I don't know if you crafters at home, I've got a little tool called a crocodile.
Sounds amazing.
Yeah, it is, and it's basically a hole punch that goes through all sorts. So I use that on these, and a lot of other crafters will have something like that for card making. So that's just to let you know that this metal, even though it's as firm as it is, that those punches will go through it.
The large hole punch, because that's quite a large hole, the larger hole punch is on the bottom of your screen right now. We've got on the bottom of your screen, it's the 4mm and the 3.2 one.
It's the 4mm one. I think that's the 4mm one I've used there.
4mm. So that's at the bottom of your screen, $8.95, and don't forget you get the 2 punches with that release to use.
So however you choose to make your hole in the centre, get a hole in the centre, or even you can do 2 smaller holes if you want and thread through.
Okay, if you're not sure how to use our hole punches, just if you're watching at night or YouTube, rewind back for the first designer inspiration, and we showed you exactly how to use it then.
Okay, so I'm going to take a length, I've doubled that over there, about 1 metre long, okay, of the wire. This is the 0.8 wire, and cut it off. Give it a trim. And I've got one of my lovely clear quartz here. Now then, most of these will go onto the 0.8 wire. You'll find the odd couple that don't, so it might be you have to have a little fiddle through to find the one that fits on. I should have done this earlier, shouldn't I?
It's all right.
I got carried away with that sand bag.
No problem. I've got it.
You got one?
Yep.
Brilliant, thank you.
All right.
Okay, so when that goes through, and thread this to the centre of your wire. I've got a kink in that wire now, so I'm going to...
Of course we have. Just to let everybody know as well that I am in really low last chance saloon on Cherry Blossom right now. It's on the side of your screen. ITGC72 is the code if you want that.
Okay, so I've threaded the gemstone onto the middle centre of the wire, or roughly the centre, and then pinch it nice and firmly either side so I get it quite flush against those sides.
Yeah.
Now, the lovely thing about these drops is they got a flat bottom, so they're going to sit nicely onto the metal. But what we need to do is guide the wire so that if I was to thread, if I show you actually, and then it's easier to explain, if I thread both lengths of my wire through that hole that I've made in the blank, if I pull it down, you'll see that it doesn't want to sit all the way down because there you go.
I can see.
Yeah, it's forming a little triangle, and I can't get it to sit right the way flush.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do is just kink these wires right at the tip of the gemstone so that it sits further in.
Nice chain those pliers, Gem. I like the look of those.
These are wonderful.
I've got some better ones.
Have you?
Yeah, I know there's anything wrong with yours, but they don't look comforty grippy.
Comfort grippy. No, they're not. What was I doing the other day? Oh, I know. I was making Egyptian links, and my hands the next morning, in the amount I don't get achy hands very much anymore.
Of course.
But my hands the next morning were really sore. I was complaining to my mum trying to get some sympathy, but I didn't get any.
Bless.
So yeah, comfort grip's a good idea. So I've pulled that in, I've kinked those wires down so that it now fits nice and snug now.
Fab.
Okay, now you're not going to get it perfectly right down, but get it as far as you can. Then the wires at the back, to keep that in place, just pull them out either side. Okay, and give them a good push against the metal.
Got you.
All right, so that's that bit done. And I want to, because it's still a bit vulnerable there, so what I want to do is wrap around there with some more wire to keep it, one, standing up, and two, just to sort of blend it all in, so you've got the different metals.
So this with your 0.8 again?
0.8 again, yeah. Super soft, this 0.8. It's so soft.
And why is that a good thing?
Because it's so easy to manipulate small shapes. So I'm going to wrap with this now, and it wraps as easily as it used to with a 0.4 around a head pin. You know,
wow.
It's so simple. So what I'm going to do is take another length of, I haven't cut this from the reel, by the way, I just keep this on the reel because I don't know how much I'll get through.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to thread it in one of the little gaps just to anchor it. Okay, anchor the wire in.
Just underneath?
Yeah.
Can you see that?
Either underneath or through a little gap.
Can you see that?
There.
There we go.
That's just to anchor it.
Yeah, got you.
Okay, and all we're going to do then is keeping a firm grip on those wires. That firm.
Really firm grip.
Firm grip on those wires underneath, just so it keeps it still. Then just take the wire and go round and round. Once it's gone round twice, just nip that little tail off.
All right.
That you use to anchor. Okay. So we don't want to see it.
Got you.
Okay, and then all we're going to do is keep going round and round. I'm going to come up
That's
the
so
gemstone.
simply round, isn't it?
Yeah, see how easy that is.
Wow.
Up the gemstone as far as I'm happy with, and then I'm going to come back down the gemstone, round and round. You don't have to be overly neat. You can actually make this quite rough, really, and it sort of adds something else to it. Adds another texture. So round, all the way round, as much as you like. And when you're happy, come to a point here, and we're going to hide the wire inside this wrapping.
Okay.
So what I'll do is I'll cut it off. So I've got a little about a centimetre or half a centimetre tail there, which way round, you can see it there. And before I tuck it in, what I'm going to do is just get my round nose pliers onto that very end and just turn it in slightly.
Okay.
So it gives it almost like a little hook.
I see. I see.
Can you see it's just turned in? And that means when I push this, I'm going to just do it with my fingers to start it off. That hopefully will find a groove to push into.
I see, and it almost hooks itself on then and in.
That's it. And if I just give it a little pinch with my pliers, it's sort of disappeared now in there.
Fab. Hey, good tip.
Yeah.
Great tip.
Okay, so spread those wires back out the back. So there's our centre of our flower done. If you can see, I made this into a ring on another occasion as well. So all you would do from this point to make the ring is take your ring mandrel and wrap these wires around the ring mandrel as many times, and then just wrap it underneath.
That is so funky, isn't
It's
it?
a really simple ring.
I'll show you around this now. So you can see exactly what we've done. So this is the front look of it. I think that's so fab.
I put it on the middle finger.
I was just
so
going
that
to
it
say
sort of
that.
spans. That's nice, isn't it? But do you know what? I think this metal is too firm to put into your doming blocks.
Got you.
But I really think I might be able to dome it on my sandbag.
My sandbag.
Some girls I want to try.
You're giving yourself some homework now, aren't
I
you?
sure am, yeah. Okay, so from here we're going to make leaves and tendrils.
Okay.
So let me get everything out of the way. I'm tangling myself up. So I'm going to make a leaf shape first. So on this wire, I'm just going to run my thumb underneath it to get a curve. Okay, you see that? It's so simple, but just getting a nice curve in there. Then sort of think about the length of the leaf that you want. I'm going to go for that. Then where you want the tip of your leaf, pop your flat nose pliers in.
Oh, nice flat nose pliers there, Gem.
Right, now I need to change angles, don't I? So flat nose pliers in. And then to get a nice point on this wire, if you go into the fattest point on the jaws of your pliers, like this, that's it. Then if I push down against the pliers, I can push against that flattened area, which is then giving me a really nice point. Yeah. And then I use my thumb again to come around, just shape that side of the leaf, and then pull it into position until I've got a nice leaf shape. Okay. And then I'm going to kink this so it becomes the stem. Did we see that? Do you know what? I end up standing on tiptoes like I'm trying to
See over it.
I suddenly realise I'm on tiptoes. Then grip across the leaf with your flat nose pliers. That keep it in place, where you then just pull the wire around and wrap it as tightly as you can. Like I said, it's really soft, this wire, so it just wraps really easily. Nice and tight, 3 or 4 times. Okay, just like that. Then you've got a leaf to work with. Okay, so now to get some detail in the leaf, I'm going to take 0.25 wire. I'm going to take off about half a metre, 30, 35, 40 centimetres ish. That should do it. Go a little bit more if you're not sure. It's better to have too much than not enough.
Absolutely.
Okay, so we're just going to anchor that in just at the bottom where you've done your wraps on your leaf. So if I just, when I say anchor in, all I mean is secure it to that area, and the best way to do that is to wrap it around.
Okay.
As we always say anchor in, and I sometimes think if you've never heard of wire work before, you might not know what that means.
What it means, yeah.
Yeah. So there we go. That's wrapped in there. So that's just keeping it tight in. And then on the end on this wire then to take some of your gorgeous green peridot.
That's stunning, isn't it?
And just randomly, don't worry about the sizes or shapes or anything, just randomly thread, it's about 6 or 7 of these on, but it depends on the size that you've made your leaf. So what we want...
bigger for a bigger leaf, more for a bigger leaf, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what we want is to just lay this up the sort of centre of the leaf.
I see, because that's kind of what separates out the veins.
It does, yeah. Yeah, it does a couple of jobs. It looks lovely.
It looks gorgeous too.
You know, adds that sort of leafy element. Okay, a couple more.
Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, it's partial eclipse of the price time very soon.
Is Pete going to sing again?
He's on his break, he's watching a film, so I think
could you warn
Ryan
me?
and Cass will have to do something.
You warn me. Can you kick me or something when it's going to happen? Because it makes me jump every time.
I love that you'd prefer me to kick you than for them to start singing.
Yeah, I
That's
would.
amazing.
I
That's
would.
coming up for you in literally minutes, to stay where you are. It's a great one today.
Okay, so I've taken a line of the peridot up the centre of the leaf, and I'm just going to, again, anchor or secure that to the tip of the leaf.
Okay, just with a couple of twists.
A couple of wraps around the top, and you know it's a difficult point to anchor to because it's a point, and so it wants to slip either side of the point. But just keep an eye on it and just keep your fingers on it so it doesn't slip out of place. And then we're going to start making the veins.
Okay.
Okay, so I do them both sides at the same time, and that helps keep this line straight as well. Because when the tendency is, if you did all your veins on one side first and then come back up and did all your veins on the other side, what you might have is the first side you might pull everything so it's sort of more this way because the tension on your wire. Whereas if you do them evenly, 1, 1, 1, 1, then you get that pretty much staying in a straight line. Okay, so I'm going to take my wire, get it into a position where I'm ready to do my first vein. So I'm going to bring the wire round and under the gemstones. Okay, so it's gone under and then all the way round. So I'm going all the way round there. The first one is a bit more fiddly, so the second, and then after that it comes easier. Okay. So it's like so, and then you just bring that across the back and then around the frame. So it's gone all the way around the wire that's got the gemstones on, and then round to the side of the frame, and then again you go all the way around the frame so that you're wrapped at least once around the framework itself. Okay, and then back into that same space. So then you go again all the way around the gemstones underneath. So it's gone around the central stone with the gemstones on, and then up and over around the frame on the other side.
Okay.
And again back into that same space. So what we've got in effect is 4 lines coming from each. Okay.
Yeah.
I did try it just going straight onto the next one, but it didn't quite look right. What you had is like zigzags, and it didn't end up looking quite like veins. So to bring then into the next one, to do the next vein, you're going to bring the wire down to the back of the gemstones, and where am I? Back of the gemstones. So you bring it underneath those gems.
Okay.
And bring it back up in between the next 2 gems before we do another vein. Okay. So it's going to go all the way around, and then it's ready. It looks like it's just coming out from in between, and all it's done on the back is crossed over the back of the gemstone. Can we see that?
Can see that.
So it's just gone down the back of the gemstone so that it then comes out in between in the next gap.
So you'll go around that frame again next
And then
time.
around the frame. Ouch!
Why?
Amazing! got to say, quite a bit better than Pete at singing. Okay.
At least that was a nice surprise. You know,
Yes.
Pete does it, it's alarming. It's not surprising, it's alarming.
And it's the jump that never helps either. So I have got a partial eclipse of the price section for you right here, right now. And it's on tools this time, essential tools. You may have noticed my very subtle hint to Gem about her pliers earlier on, and I have got two different types, and they are both comfort grip for you here today. Tools, an absolute essential. We'll all probably have the starter kit tools or even the large toolkit tools, but if you want the comfort grip precision ended tools, then we've got them right here, right now. If I show you, for example, the chain nose pliers, these are tapered down essentially. You can see, if I show you like that, you can see that they're larger at one side and taper down, and these are the comfort grip, so you can see that you've got the much larger handle here that rests beautifully in your hand, but also they go to a really precision point for you, meaning you can get into all of those nooks and crannies in your pieces. They also have the spring action here as well, which isn't your loop spring, which is good because sometimes your loop springs can get tangled out in maybe kind of your lesser quality tools, but with this you don't have that problem at all, which is great. Even if you have dexterity problems, you'll still be able to use these in quite a nice way, especially with that comfort grip. Those are your chain nose pliers, and I also have your flat nose pliers as well, and they have a completely different look to them, but they are still that precision nozzled piece as well. You'll be able to see at the end. It's a little bit more precision on the end of those ones too. Why is it so important not to just have one set of your tools, Gem?
Well, one, because if you're anything like me, you need lots of sets because you'll always lose one underneath a cat or a computer or a pile of gemstones. Yeah,
right. Yeah,
I lose them underneath all sorts of things.
Okay, I love that.
And two,
to be fair, my dog always sits on crafty things. Yeah, pencils, pens, my paints.
Yeah, my one cat Dylan, he literally will sit on anything that is the most inconvenient thing to sit on in the room. It doesn't matter what it is, he'll sit on it if it's, you know, if it's inconvenient to me. But the other thing is sometimes you need two pairs of pliers, like especially chain mail or scale mail or something like that. You'll need two pairs of pliers to work with. So.
Of course. I do have a chainmail show on Sunday with the stunning fleur as well, so do stay tuned for that. These are professional tools that we're working with here. They're going to give you a professional finish. If you've maybe had your tools for quite some time and they're getting a little bit old, a little bit jaded, maybe even a little bit marked, then these are going to be great for you. If you don't have that professional precision head with the comfort grip, it genuinely makes such a large difference, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. It really does. I wish I had some comfort. I haven't got any comfort grips, but especially for repetitive things, especially chainmail. You know, you do want something comfortable, because I really did. I mean, I've got lots of calluses that's just from the other night. You see, doing links.
Yeah, absolutely.
128 links.
128 links.
Yeah.
These are great to get your hands on. They are a professional tool. Your price point today. Anyone for a partial eclipse on the price? How low can we go? Do you reckon we could take this to £9.95? Maybe even £8? How about £7.95 for you today on both of them? It is a little bit of happiness to your day today with these. They are an essential tool, and they're £7.95 for both. I have seen one pair of flat nose pliers for a higher price point than this. And they weren't the precision head with the comfort grip either, and they by themselves were more expensive just for the one set. So you're getting two, in my eyes anyway. It's better than two for the price of one, realistically. I'm sure you've seen a lot of high priced precision tools in your time with jewellery making.
They can be very expensive.
Really can, can't they?
Yeah.
Well done to everyone who already is coming in for that. I don't think anyone was really expecting that price point, were you? Just £7.95. Both of them are 5-inch, both of them are comfort grip. You've got your flat nose and your chain nose pliers. If you're planning on doing or starting any jewellery classes, any workshops, anything like that, then these are great to have with you. Therefore, everyone can work with a similar selection of tools, the same tools. And also, don't forget, at price points like that, if you've got someone new who maybe hasn't found Jewellery Maker or maybe has been brought along on your jewellery workshop or jewellery course by somebody, then why not keep the packaging? You can always sell them on afterwards, can't you? Easy enough to do, because some people will come to the workshop and think, oh, I wish I had some of these things to make at home, but not everyone will, so why not? £7.95. You've got both of those tools there at absolute bargain price. Well done, everyone. Please do check out those baskets. CAGSY98 is the code on that today.
Okay, so I've completed pretty much one leaf.
How easy is that?
And I do exactly the same on the other side as well. Okay, so you'd have 2 leaves on each of your flowers, on each section of flowers. So
you can see how quick that is to do, because Gem's just done it in those few minutes.
Yeah, and I've been talking and watching what you're doing as well. So there you go. So just when you've come to the end, just finish that wire off by wrapping it a few times, and we can trim the excess off after. Okay, so this piece here, now this is this really doesn't have, difficult to demonstrate this with precise instructions. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do it a couple of times so that you see how I do it. Okay. And we're going to make just is that word again? Fronds.
A frond.
We're going to make a frond. Embellishments. Okay.
Tendrils.
Tendrils. Is it frong as in? Is it, what is it? ONG or OND?
I say frong. Frond.
I thought it was the
frong.
D.
I say.
I don't know.
We'll search that.
I just like the word. I don't know how to say it really.
It's definitely a fur. Yeah, it's not a fur. No, it's not a TH, is
no,
it?
It's a
That's a
fur.
completely different thing.
Okay, so what I've done there is just made my first loop.
Yeah.
Yeah, just sort of brought the wire around. So I did that again because I think I did that without showing you. So best thing first, before you do anything fluid like this, is make sure that your wire is nice and soft. So I'm doing that by pushing my thumb up underneath and letting the wire run through my hand. So it's nice, smooth and soft. And then where I want a curl to be or a loop to be, if I pop my finger just to help the wire know where I want it to curve.
Okay.
And all I'm doing is pulling the wire around, and it's going to form me a little loop. Okay. I don't get too hung up on where these loops sit for now, but what I'm going to do, if I've made one that way, I want to make one the other way. It sort of balances it. So again, put my finger in the place where I want the next one to be, bring the wire around, and that's given me another one. Okay? And just reposition them into place. If in doubt, make an S. I think I said this the other day. If in doubt, make an S. If you've made an S shape, whether it's back to front or the right way around, you've basically got a nice shape.
Frond.
Thank you. I thought it was.
Good.
I thought it was. Okay, so that goes like that.
Yeah.
And then with this end piece, I'm going to make a spiral. Now I think I'm probably got a little bit too much wire there, so I'm going to trim it down a bit. Yeah, just a little bit.
Okay.
Maybe a bit more. I don't know. There's not really a right and wrong. You can just have a bigger spiral. I just don't want them too big. Okay. And then we're going to take my round nose pliers right to the tip of the wire, to the tip of the pliers, and I'm going to make a very small loop. So when I get to this point, I'm starting a spiral. So when I get to this point where the wires are nearly touching, I don't want them to quite touch. See, that's lovely, Ryan. So I don't want it to quite touch, because that will then affect the shape of my spiral in the centre. So what I'm going to do now is, instead of putting a lot of pressure on that wire and turning my hand, I'm going to actually pull the wire around like a lever. Can you see that?
I see.
And it's giving it a fluid shape, and there's nothing in the way, and it gives you a nice circle then. Okay. So when you get to this point, you can either use your fingers, it's so soft, you can use your fingers to just roll the rest of it into a spiral, or you can take your flat nose pliers and hold on to it and then pull and turn it round. Again, you can either move your wire or move your hand, it's up to you. I'm going to spiral that down. So it looks a bit like this.
Okay.
Okay, so that's what we want. We want that on both sides of our piece. Are you bringing us something nice?
No, I'm just being nosy at something that is
sure?
coming up. Yeah.
Okay, so we want the same on the other side. If I quickly make the shape, I'm not going to fill it in. I'll quickly make the shape, and then we can see how they're going to come together.
Okay. Tell you what, whilst you're doing the shape, I may as well quickly bring on another metre of gemstones.
Oh wow.
I may as well just bring on another metre. One thing that's important to point out as well, if you look closely on this piece, we've actually used some of the spaces from this strand, haven't we?
Yes. Yeah, I use the spaces because I wanted to space them out. I didn't want it too heavy.
No. How long this is? It's like a scarf. Did I just hit my microphone? How long that is though?
Do you know, I think, well, I'm hoping that Deb Red rang in when I had clear quartz ones on the show.
Oh yeah.
Because I desperately wanted the clear ones for my holiday. I think I got bought. Was I one with you the day?
No, yes, I remember I came on straight after you, and you got bought about 6 sets, didn't you?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I haven't received any yet, so I'm hoping that people had enough time to cancel their orders. But I wanted to make it into 3 separate lengths, or 7-inch lengths, clasp on each length, so that I could then have it as a bracelet and or 2 bracelets and a short necklace or a long necklace and a bracelet.
I love that idea.
And I just wanted to take that on holiday, or I could clip it together for a belt. Or,
that's a gorgeous idea.
Yeah, so I was going to just do lots of 7-inch lengths.
What a really workable strand then. You've got a metre's worth of gorgeous gemstones. This is your red quartz. You've got 1,040 carats worth. That is a lot, isn't it? A metre's worth. Your graduation on this today is from a 12 by 11 to a 29 by 13. That's a midway point, by the way. You're going on from where you were before. There's such a large amount on here. Your price point for this gorgeous strand, which you can of course interchange with this kit, is just £17.95 for you today. So if you want to get your hands on this, do you want to see it together? Hang on, let me get this section, just so you can get an idea. Oh, it's almost like a cherries. You can get an idea of the look it will give you. Beautiful, that, isn't it? £17.95 for a metre's worth of this is absolutely sensational, so get it whilst you can.
I was going to say, can you imagine if you've got, because we've had a few different colours.
Yeah.
Imagine if you did all of them in 7-inch lengths.
Oh my gosh.
And then you could just you could swap all the colours around to have. Oh, that'd be really. That's a good idea.
Sensational idea.
Should have kept that one, Gem.
She's gone, that is a good idea. You're absolutely chuffed by your own idea, and then you've realised you should have kept that to yourself.
Kept that to myself.
Because everyone's going to be wearing that now, Gem.
Oh well.
It's all right. No one's watching. £17.95 for you today. Get them whilst you can. There's loads of you who are treating yourself to these today. Very busy day today on show. Just to let everybody know, I've got letters coming up for you very soon, and I've got colour patinas coming up for you very soon as well, so stay where you are.
Okay, so you can see I've done the same on the other end.
Fab.
So what you do is you do 2 of those. I don't think I need to do, I was going to do another one, but so you do 2 of those, and you take this off.
Yeah.
And I think I've made this one a bit bigger than the originals. Don't know. Yeah, I have made it a bit bigger, so you'd have just a bigger neckline piece. And then what you do is you just find where they slot in, where they fit nicest together. And that's why I was saying don't worry too much about where these fronds or tendrils sit, because you're going to want to move them around.
Okay.
Like I might decide I want this one on the other side.
Oh, I see.
Do you see what I mean? So you can manipulate them, and so here you can see I've got the 2, and all I've done is attached here with some wire, some 0.4 wire just in there, and it attaches to the loop on the end of that leaf, and I've done some more here. So anywhere where they touch, just wrap in with a couple of lengths of 0.25 wire. And that's that design really. That's
how
that.
fab is
and then
that?
This is just beading thread. I've used the spaces
from that metre strand
and crimped just the same as you would general beading. So that's that design all the way through.
That is gorgeous, isn't it? Thank you for showing us that, Gem. We are going to have a look at another piece. Which piece was it?
Is it the stamping?
Yes, it was.
We're going to do some stamping or the flowers, the wire flowers. Up to you.
up to you.
We could probably do both.
Both, probably.
Yeah,
We've
got
got
time. How much have we
about
got?
20 minutes left.
Oh yeah, could do
Easy
both.
peasy. Take a little look at this design then. We're going to be doing this piece. We're going to show how to do the flower, but also how to do the stamping and the patinaing there as well. We will give you the letter stamps and the patina to be able to create that. So, where do we have to start with this?
So making a flower.
Yeah.
Right, this is something quite exciting that I discovered the other day. You might have seen it before, but I've never seen it before. So, I'm just trying to think which it might be. Let's take these.
Okay.
So I'm going to use the handles of some pliers.
Fab.
I don't know if you remember, we used to have the little mini pliers. It's probably before your time. We used to have these mini pliers, and they were perfect for doing this. But anything with two prongs, basically, or two rounded edges will work. And I'm going to take a length of my 0.4 wire. I'm going to keep it on the reel, and just thread it in between the legs.
Is that the 0.8? Is it?
0.8 wire, yeah. In between the legs of these pliers here, and just keep that out of the way.
Yeah.
Once it gets going, it's easy, easy, easy. Okay, so now what we're going to do is do a figure of 8 in between. So I'm going to go round that side, and that side, that side. I think I did this 5 times, so I've got 10 petals.
Okay.
Okay.
A bit like you do on your Adventures with Beading Thread DVD.
Yes, a little bit like that, indeed. So there we go. So I've gone round. I've got 4 on it. One more. 5 loops on each side. There. Okay, it doesn't have to be really neat. There. 5 loops on each side. Okay. So now take this tail that you had first, sort of the first tail, pinch those together in the middle, and just take that one and wrap it around the middle, just to hold them all together before you take them off. Okay. And then we just slide them off the pliers. And then the long length that you've got, because remember you haven't cut it off the reel, then use that to do a nice firm tight wrap there. Okay, so we've got this shape. Don't wrap too much or too heavily in the centre, because we don't want it too bulky, because we're going to spread these out.
Okay.
So then we'll just spread these petals out, pull in each round one at a time.
Fab. That is so simple to do, isn't it?
It is so easy.
It's gorgeous look, though.
It's so uniform.
Imagine that just on a little hair bubble or just a little hair band.
Hairband, yeah, and it's like, that's the other thing, it's nice and light for children's hair clips. I know my niece has got such fine hair that you can't put anything heavy. You know, I want to make her all these elaborate things, and I can't, because it just fall out.
Yeah.
Okay, so there you go, we've got a nice flower there.
Love that.
So then to finish the centre and make it look nice and tidy, you've got your long piece of wire sticking out. So cut that so you've got about, what is that, 6-7 centimetres, 4 inches?
Oh wow, that's probably about 10 centimetres.
Is it?
Yeah.
Possibly, yeah, probably. Right, it's inches I've got here. 4 inches, 3.5 inches.
Yeah, so about 10-11 centimetres.
Okay. And then just spiral it. So take the tip of your pliers, round those pliers, to the tip of the wire. This time we want a really nice tight spiral, so gonna work that round quite closely.
Okay.
Okay. And I'm gonna use my pliers here to get it really, really tight. So flatten those pliers, gripping across the spiral and then pulling it.
We do still have some of those flat nose at the bottom of your screen. They came with the chain nose as well, $7.95.
Perfect. Now, if you leave, you know when we started and I left that short tail, when we started doing the flower,
at the beginning,
if you left a nice long tail, you could do this spiral on each side. That way it wouldn't matter which side the flower flipped.
Clever.
So earrings, for example, that would be a good idea to have these spirals both sides.
Great plan.
Okay, so you get your spiral all the way down, and then you just position it by turning it over and then press it down with your thumb. And I tend to sort of spread it out on the outside so it almost domes in the centre.
I can see. Oh yeah, that's nice.
Okay, then the leaves, to shape them, press down firmly in the middle, pull all the leaves upwards.
So you're just sort of shaping the petals as you want them.
Yeah, and I always pull them upwards first, and then take into the centre of the petal with my pad of my finger and just then roll them down.
Oh.
Okay, and it really is quite simple, and you can be quite rough with it.
That's fab, isn't it?
Okay, and there you go. There's a little flower connector, and obviously the smaller your mandrels or your pliers that you use, the smaller the connector.
I think that's fab. And I suppose you could work hard on it too if you wanted it for, say, a ring.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, it would naturally work hard over time anyway.
Of course it will.
Or yeah, you could, before you do the forming, you could just give it a tap.
It's a fab piece to be able to make. Thank you for showing us that.
That's right.
We're now moving on to the other flower. Now, these are the blanks that you get in the kit. You get 10 of them, didn't you?
Yes.
And what are we going to start by lettering them first, I presume?
Yeah, I can stamp them first.
I'm bringing your letter stamps right here, right now. I've got 2 different sets for you. These are the smaller ones. Now, they are, got told by my producer earlier on, they are both uppercase that I'm bringing to you today. Are they both Arial as well? Yes, they are both Arial too. But these ones are smaller. So these are the 1 mil. And the ones I'm bringing to you later, what size are these ones? Are they 5 mil, 4 mil, 5 mil? I'll show you the size difference, but these are the smaller ones that we've got here for you.
Oh, they're nice.
Aren't they gorgeous?
They're really diddy.
Really
That'd be nice.
dainty.
My mum keeps having more grandchildren, so well, you know, it's a
She.
And I've made her a necklace when there was only 4 of them altogether, and then all of a sudden there's been 3 more, 4 more, and I have to keep making this necklace, and by the time she's finished, it's going to be like a
shield,
a hubcap.
So smaller letters would be helpful.
Smaller letters would be helpful.
Smaller letters would be helpful.
That's the
You've
point.
got the smaller letters here. You can still see that they're really nice and crisp, though, which is going to be great for you to work with these. Now, I know a lot of people have been looking for the upper and lower case. Now, these, although they're not lower case, because they are smaller, it's still going to give you that look, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Now,
not lowercase.
No, they are uppercase. Uppercase, yeah. So let me just show you in comparison, if I may, to the other ones. These other ones, for example, if I just grab our letter, just to show you the difference. Doesn't matter which letter it is, does it? There we go. So there's a T in the larger one I'm bringing to you later, and a H in the smaller one. So you can see there's quite a big difference in the size there that's going to be beautiful for you to work with. What else are the smaller ones going to be great for, Gem Crow?
Actually, I was thinking about my bangle, this bangle that I've got on, that's quite a small area, so the small ones I could stamp into a bangle like this, which is just a,
good idea.
Even onto like the 2 mil wire or something, you could stamp into that.
Of course you could.
So, the smaller areas, yeah, just fitting more on a space,
Of course it is.
It's just useful.
Perfect for that.
Yeah.
They are super easy to use. We're going to show you how to use these letter stamps very, very soon. These are your uppercase, but the smaller Arial font size. Your price point today, don't forget you get the box, is £7.95. It's an astonishing price point for kind of times that I've had my letter stamps. I've had letter stamps for years, obviously with kind of a paper crafting background, but ones that I've purchased, around the £30 mark. I think my first set was about £35 actually. £7.95 is absolutely amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, it is amazing. I remember being thrilled with my first stamps. I got them for £19.99.
Oh, good price.
About £8 postage. But I was thrilled with that.
That's still a great price. Great
Yeah.
price. £7.95. Don't forget it's £2.95 postage and packaging. They're super easy to use. Top tips for this, Gem.
Okay, top tips for this plan. That's the biggest tip.
Good, because I can see you already with your pencil. I suppose that's to do with planning.
Yeah, it is. And actually, I usually use a marker pen at home because it's easy to see. Because it's really high shine, so you want something that's going to be quite bold against your metals. Okay. The shine, I'll tell you another tip in a minute. The shine is actually quite useful sometimes for positioning as well.
Okay.
But always plan. So I know I want my letters to follow the curve of this shape.
Yeah.
So I've drawn myself a little curve, and then I count how many letters I need.
Okay.
Okay. So what am I going to write, Becky? So are you an IE or a Y?
I'm a Y.
So BE two C's, CK, B-E-C-K-Y, 5 letters.
Okay.
So I want to do, I know there's going to be a middle I like 5 and 7 because there's a middle.
I'm
so
glad I could help.
Mark the middle first. Okay, we'll make a little dot. It's very hard to see in here. In fact, I'm going to take my line off and guess.
Yeah.
Don't guess at home. So, and then 2 either side. So I know I can space 2 that side and 2 that side.
I see.
Okay?
Yeah,
So
got you.
my dots on there. I don't know if you can see those at home.
Yeah, we can.
You can?
Yeah.
In fact, you can see them better at home than I can see them myself. Okay,
Good.
so I've got my dots, and that's where my letters are going to go.
Okay.
Okay, so shall I use mine that are open? So different font though.
Yeah, go on, use these ones. I am bringing these ones to you now because those ones are absolutely flying out. This is your second set. This is the last set we have on today's show for you. It is your Arial letters. These ones do come in the pouch, so they are going to be a different price point because these ones do come in that zip-up pouch. It's the carry case that these come in, and like I said, they are the larger size. They're also useful because they show you exactly where they should go. They're super easy to use. Your price point today is just £9.95 for you. It's a great price point. It truly is for the case as well. And Gem's going to show us how easy they are.
They are, right, okay. So what I'm going to do is I usually position, so if I'm going round, just to try and make sure that the letters are sort of even, I position them so that I'm always stamping upright. So the B is going to be that position. When I come to the E, I'll turn my piece.
So it's facing towards.
Yeah.
Okay, good tip.
The other great thing is if you get your head right down into next to your metal and you position your stamp, so I'm positioning, if I do it back to front like that, I don't know how well we can get into that. We might even be able to see the reflection on there. You never know.
Yeah.
Okay, so if I show you there, can you see there's, well, you can't see it as well as me, but there is, because the metal's so shiny, there's a reflection of the B.
Yeah.
So you can actually see where it's going to go.
Fab.
If you're really, if you really want to be very precise, then you position it on, hold it upright as you can. I always find stamping is best done standing up because you want to get over the top of it and get as clean a strike down as possible. So then I'm going to hold it in position there and take one hammer stroke.
One strike.
Just one. So you've got to do it hard. Okay?
Perfect.
You don't want to be doing it twice because you end up with a jump. And you can see in one of my pieces I've jumped once.
That is so crisp.
But then you get this beautiful, very
Look
crisp.
at that. How crisp is that piece just from one hit? Oh, that's beautiful.
Okay?
Yeah. Wow.
Very clear.
Very clear.
And then you just keep going. You just layer it up
How
until you've got all your
is that?
Your letters on. But it is planning. Now, I've seen Debbie Kay, she does some wonderful pieces. She uses a piece of masking tape across if you're doing a straight line.
Straight lines.
And that's nice because you can just feel the bottom of the letter butt up against it, so you know it's going to be in a straight line.
That's a good tip. That's a really good tip.
I'm not that brilliant at stamping, so what I tend to do is do it rustic to start with.
I know what you mean.
And then it can be a bit
wobbly
little bit
and it doesn't matter. Higgledy and it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's all part of the style. So we just take our time to line them up. Okay.
If you're going to be doing more than one word, would you plan each of them first? You wouldn't just do one word and then plan another word?
No, absolutely.
All in one.
I'll mark it all out first so that you've got spacing, you've got room for it. One thing I did, there's one here with my nieces and nephews' names on. What I did is I'd done all the going around, and then I just started to write half across the middle, and then realised that actually I wanted my holes there in, no, where is it? I wanted, and he was upside down.
Of course, Harvey would be upside down, bless him.
I wanted my hole there where the star is.
Got you.
So yeah, planning is key.
Planning's quite important.
I mean, but I worked it out.
Noticed
but
that.
it is important.
But you can see how easy it is, and also you can see that it's literally just one strike. You just find it, one strike, it's done. And you can do whole words. Look, I've just been wearing this for the last sort of 15 minutes, but it's so comfortable to wear. And this, of course, is from our first kit. The metal is from our first kit. But it's beautiful, isn't it? It's absolutely gorgeous. It's just fab that you can do whole statements like that. And again, don't forget, if you wanted to do something like this, you can use the smaller stamps to do you do the larger letters at the start of each word, and then last one is that.
There we go. These are lovely. They are lovely. Very clean.
Very clean.
Very clean, precise.
Look how that is done so quickly.
And Tom stamps for me. Well, it doesn't stamp for me, but he stamps for presents. So he's done bookmarks for his grandpa.
Oh, that's gorgeous.
And for his teacher, one year I cut him lots of strips of copper.
Fab.
And then he told me lots of words for his teacher. And we did just a bangle with all strips with all the words that
is adorable.
That he loved about her. She was
That is
special.
so sweet.
And he stamped most of them. It's nice because some of the letters are back to front and upside down.
Oh, that's
and
cute.
it just works, you know. It's lovely, and he enjoys it, you know.
I love that.
So there you go, Becky.
I just think it's beautiful. Now, one thing that is, of course, different of this is the colour.
Right. I'm gonna get it on whilst you do that.
Cool beans. I have got the patina that we're using here as well as other colours. Patina, what is it?
It is something that will colour your metal. It's a very much like a paint.
Okay.
This one, but it's for metal specifically, and it works beautifully on it.
So you can see that Gem has just put the patina, the pink one that we used here, ruby colour, onto that word Becky that she's just stamped.
In this case, I've squirted it
Directly on.
because I want it, because those grooves are quite deep.
Yeah.
And I really want the paint to well up and get right into those grooves. So I've put the paint in that area, and then I'll sponge out the rest.
So we're adding this kind of textured look to it, aren't we, with these pieces? You have got the chance to get your hands on these patina tapes. You're going to be getting 6 of these in total, and it's giving you this beautiful effect. You can see on this piece here the colouring really gone into it. You've got the ruby, you've got the purples, the blues, you've got those beautiful almost kind of filigree effects to these as well, haven't you, with the colours. So simple to use, they're going to last and last and last. Your price point for 6 of them today should be £19.90, but it's not at all today. Good job the lid was on. We're taking it down for you today. Your price point isn't almost £20. We're taking it under 15. Your price point today is actually £14.95 for all of them, and they last and last and last.
They
don't
do,
they?
and they're suitable for outdoors, which is great because you can do your garden ornaments and things like that. You can really
Perfect wind chimes and things outside, metal wind chimes.
and they dry really quickly. I mean, I've just popped that on, and what I'll do is that will dry, and then I'm going to take off the top areas. Now you could just take a cloth. I've got one somewhere.
And don't forget, you're not just using this with letters, as you can see on this cuff and bangle section. Sorry, you can do it with the textured hammer pieces, can't you?
Yeah, you can. I mean, that's the point. The point of putting a texture in really is so that you can then, you know, you can get into the recesses with a colour. I have done that on this one. This one's actually got. Is it this one? Yeah, this one has got the other colours in.
Ah, yes.
It's very hard to see because it's.
Yeah,
that's what's
yeah,
nice
yeah.
about. I like the other colours. They're really subtle.
So this is the greens and yellowy one.
Yeah. This. So you got the masala colour.
That is beautiful. I absolutely love that. Isn't that gorgeous? Real nice subtlety to these. So it doesn't have to be OTT at all. Really doesn't. Oh, that's just a normal cloth.
Yeah. So here, what I've done is I've wet it. I'm just going to wet the bottom or one half of Becky, and take it off with a cloth rather than sanding it off, so that we can see the difference. So this
look.
one is I'm pretty much taking all of the patina off, apart from where it's stuck into the letters.
I've got you.
Because I want it to be pink in there. So if I just rub over the top gently, I'm taking the layer off the raised areas.
I see.
And leaving
exactly.
it. Because these blanks are textured too, so you can see they've still got paint inside some of those grooves.
Yeah.
So if I don't want that, I would take a cloth and really rub all that out.
rub it out.
Probably while it was still wet. But for this, I would let it dry. It's almost dry already. And then it's my sandpapers. Then take sort of a medium, this is the fine sandpaper, and just if I rub over the top, if you've got any texture sort of and it's in one direction, rub in the opposite direction. That means it'll leave the paint.
Ah, good tip.
Leave the paint in.
Leave the paint in those grooves.
In those grooves. If I go that way, chances I'm going to go into the grooves.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
Okay, so then you rub across the top, and then it almost looks like a wood grain.
That's beautiful. Those are the two different styles. Literally, just by how you take the patina off, gives you really different looks.
Yeah. Each time I've left the colour inside the wording.
Yeah.
But this one's got some left on the blank as well.
Oh, I think that's absolutely gorgeous, Gem. Thank you so much for showing us
You're
that.
welcome. So much to get through, isn't there?
Isn't there just?
I think we've done it.
Yeah, we've done it. Well done. Gem, thank you so much for showing us all of those pieces. Just to let you know, the patina is very popular at that price point, so do get your hands on it. How's the challenge?
Well,
I can't remember. It's been so long.
I can't remember. Yeah, I've got those.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
it's going well.
Well, it started
after
at
the
least.
break, I have a couple more perfect pairings. I also have our last partial eclipse of the price and I have for you some really beautiful strands. Stay tuned, we'll be back in a bit.
Here at Jewellery Maker, we like to provide you with the best possible service. Our friendly and helpful call centre team are on hand 24 hours a day to assist you with your shopping or any other queries you may have. We also have a dedicated Facebook help team who are on hand 7 days a week between the hours of 7:30 a.m. and 10:30 p.m. Jewellery Maker, making your experience the best it can be.
We here at Jewellery Maker know how popular our 10-strand mystery packs have been, so we're bringing them back. You can get your hands on these completely random lucky dips for just £25. This works out to just £2.50 per strand, but be warned, it's while stocks last. Add this to your order and you won't be disappointed. Just ask for this code whilst on the phone to our call centre on 0800 644 655 or simply type the code into our website and add to your basket. Jewellery Maker, giving you the best deals on genuine gemstones.
Okay, today I've been on the wire macrame workshop with Mark Smith. Been an absolutely brilliant day. Found loads of new techniques that I haven't done before with wire and macrame, and we've made quite a few different items of jewellery to take away. It's been a real good experience. Great teacher, very patient with us, and we've been having a good laugh. I've done a bit of normal macrame with your satin cords and that, but with the wire it's a totally new aspect for me, and I've found it absolutely amazing.
Do you want to tell everyone about the great purchase you've made from Jewellery Maker? Do you want to shout about the great service you've received? Then why not download the Jewellery Maker's Viewer's Voice app, available for iPhone or Android, and record a video that could be played on Jewellery Maker. Simply search Jewellery Maker Viewer's Voice in the Apple App Store or the Google Play Store and download our Viewer's Voice app straight to your phone or tablet. You can record as many videos as you like and send them straight to us here at Jewellery Maker. All you have to do is then carry on watching us as usual and wait for your video to be played. Download the JM Viewer's Voice app and you could be the next face we see here on Jewellery Maker.
Welcome back to Designer Inspiration, everyone. It's so lovely to have you on board. Gem's making herself a brew. We'll say hello when she's back. For now, though, you're stuck with me. My name is Rebecca Redican. Feel free to call me Becky. What a wonderful, magical day we've had. Hopefully you saw the eclipse this morning. If you didn't, don't worry. The eclipse is carrying on greatness because we've got partial eclipse of the prices coming up for you. It's our last one of this show, 20 past. Oh, hello, Jules in Solihull. I watch the DI show most days. Today has been the best one I've seen. Congrats to Gemma, Becky and all the gang. Truly inspirational. Well done, gang. Bless you, Julia. That's really, really nice of you. Thank you. Helen has just said you're officially her favourite person. Look at Ryan, look how much you've made his day. Oh, bless you, that's really sweet of you, Julie. I'm glad you're enjoying it today. Hope your day is magical, lovely lady. Okay, we've got lots of treats to fit in for you. So, where are we starting? In the drawer. Wow, can I just say to you, spectacular, spectacular strand I'm about to show you now. It truly is just serious quality. I can't remember the price point if I'm completely honest. Remind me. I cannot get over that. I can't get over that price point. This gemstone is collected in an area whereby it is so cold. It is double the coldness of a freezer. The average heat of a freezer, well, sorry, the lowest point generally you can get to on a freezer, an average freezer, is 18 degrees Celsius, okay? That's the lowest you can generally go to. I checked it today. That's what my one goes to. Mine goes to about 16, but you can go to 18. Minus 18 degrees Celsius is the temperature of quite a few freezers that they can go to. This is collected in not minus 18 degrees C, around minus 57 degrees C. I find it cold just to pop my hands in to get the chicken dippers out, let alone mining this. This is your $1 million emerald, gorgeous, stunning Russian chrome diopside. This is spectacular to be able to bring this to you. Think about that mining situation of this. The mining situation for this, I think, is just so astonishing. Do you mind if I just show the torch behind this? Because A, I've got my torch back, and B, because I think we just really need to see. I wonder which one's better. Is that too bright for you? Let me try the other one. Bit too bright, bit too bright. How's that one? Bit better? Yeah. Look at the quality of this. If you think about the situation in which this is mined, essentially it's mined in Siberia. Now, it was once thought to be a one locational gemstone. Now we know we can get chrome dioxide from lots of different places, but Russian chrome dioxide, Siberian dioxide is often seen as a kind of the go-to place because it was kind of the first discovery, but also the pedigree that you get out of the ground there is just something else. It really is on another level. With our Russian chrome dioxide, the mining situation is so dire that we can only actually mine this a few months in the year, because even in the summer months, your average temperature will be around minus 50 degrees C, even, you know, like I said, around minus 57 degrees C in some areas. It is such a cold location that actually it can be kind of life-threatening if the miners didn't know what they were doing and they didn't dress appropriately. Because of those freezing cold temperatures, because of that minus, you know, almost unimaginable level of cold that they go through, even in the summer months. That, by the way, was a picture of the summer months at this mine that this one is from. It can be very tricky to get your hands on, and therefore this is a gemstone which among the green gemstones is one of the most prized, one of the most beautiful and most loved, and therefore because of the yields that aren't that high, because we can only get to this very few months of the year, of course the prices we expect are usually very high, hence the name $1 million emerald. Your price point today is not £14.95. I don't know who price dropped this, but someone price drop it. We have to follow that price point. This is our last opportunity to do this. Your price point today is £11.95 for you today. That is above and beyond. That is absolutely above and beyond. That price point, £11.95. This is Russian chrome dioxide. Please always check what your chrome dioxide is, please, because sometimes, you know, here we'll talk to you about chrome dioxide from Russia, and we might be showing you a Brazilian strand, because we'll talk about, you know, Russia and what that means, and we'll talk about Brazil. But always check if you want the go-to place, if you want the first kind of origin, as it were, I suppose, of this gemstone, then make sure you're getting Russian. And I would say the way to do that is listen carefully to what the presenters say. We'll often point out if it is Russian, and also have a look at the bottom of your screen. So if you're watching on TV, it's just where my fingernail is there, it'll say the location, and this is Russia, because for example the strand I had on the other day for you, you know, I made it very clear it was Brazilian chrome dioxide, which we do get nowadays. But if you want the go-to place of the $1 million emerald, then you've got it right here, right now. There's loads of you coming in for this. I can't promise that price point is going to stick around. I really can't. Gem, you're back with us, love. What are you thinking of this?
It's beautiful. It is beautiful. I can never resist it. I can never resist Russian. If I'm at home, I always buy the Russian chrome dioxide. I just think the story is Just magical.
It's magical, isn't it?
Yeah.
Absolutely magical. I always love, the one thing that stands out to me is the miners' saying, and the people who live in there, that they have a saying that is whisper of the stars. And what it means is, because it's so cold in those climates, that what happens is when they speak, their words essentially turn into what they refer to as the whisper of the stars, because their breath is, the air around them is so cold that their breath freezes in mid-air and it audibly hits the ground. I love that imagery. Whisper of the stars, beautiful. I've just found the perfect pairing, I think. My new opal. Doesn't that, I've got to say, look a bit fancy? Oh. This opal is sensational. Do we still have the recording of this anywhere? Just because it's such a gorgeous strand. I'd love, if anyone's just tuned in now, honestly, the quality of this is sensational. It's brand spanking new. It's at the bottom of your screen. QMSF32 is the code on this, and it is honestly just some of the best quality Ethiopian opal I've seen in a long time. It's sensational. You've got pinks, you've got neon greens on there as well, and because of that I think it'll go just great with this, wouldn't it?
And it's got that same sort of superiority in the gem world for me, you know, it's got that high end.
You're absolutely right.
If they've seen that next door, they'd be going mad if they're doing chips and nuggets next door.
Of course they would, I haven't shown them.
They'd be going mad for that.
Maybe I'll put them in later,
Yeah.
see what happens. They might jump on them.
They might, with Mark's, you know, Mark doesn't let them have the telly on.
No,
So
yeah, no, he's no, he doesn't.
No,
He doesn't let them.
No.
It's focused. No, they probably have missed out on the sandbag, but I'm not telling them that. You can tell them. $11.95 for you today on that chrome dioxide. Low price, won't be beating that price anytime soon. Now, to go with that chrome dioxide, because we're working with something very high-end, we want to have the perfect pairing of something else equally high-end. And that, ladies and gentlemen, for today, comes in the form of 925 genuine rose gold plated head pins. Got loads of them here. Peter, lovely to see you, Brother Pete, as always. Just to say, about 10 minutes. Last one. Total eclipse of the price. Partial eclipse of the price, yeah. Because if it was a total eclipse of the price, it would be free. Well, you say that we'd probably all get fired, but Hannah Oxburgh actually suggested that to me before. When I said partial eclipse, she says, total eclipse sounds better. Well, if you want us to give away free things, we can. She's changed her mind. You have got here your rose gold plated sterling silver ball head pins. You're getting 20 of these. It is pure luxury we're dealing with here. It really is. Truly luxurious, 92.5% genuine silver that we've got here, but then that is enveloped in your genuine rose gold. This isn't rose gold coloured, this is rose gold plated, and it's also not rose gold flash, it is plating, which means you have a greater amount of that precious metal enveloping these. If I show you the length of them as well, you'll be able to see there's a lot of precious metal in here. You've got in total all around 2.20 grams of these on total. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to balance this headpin. It's easier said than done. Stay where you are, there. So around 2.20 grams of this in total. So you're edging up towards the average gram weight of an engagement ring there. With that gram weight, it's a serious amount. Your price point today for your rose gold plated luxury head pins, it's just £6.95. Gem, can I just ask you something? If you were to make from these, which you could due to the length and due to the shape, you could make your own shepherd hooks with these, don't forget.
Yeah.
You could, just loop that bit over and essentially curve that to make your shepherd's hook, and then use the other one, say, for a drop. What would be the price difference for you in a pair of earrings made that way with 925 with these, than, say, your usual copper?
I would say it's roughly twice the price, I think.
Yeah,
I
roughly.
mean, you can have it that you, on your store, you offer it for an extra £2, you can have it, or an extra £1, you can have it with sterling silver.
Of course.
You still cover your cost, but I'd say if you did a pearl drop, £5,
Yeah.
£6 on copper, £10, £12 on silver.
Absolutely.
So same amount of work, not much difference in price, but it's just the
But
perceived
enough
value.
that £6.95's an amazing price point.
Yeah, yeah.
Get them whilst you can. We don't have them on that often at all, do we? Well done, everyone. £6.95 for you. Oh, gorgeous. If you got Gem's beautiful challenge earlier on, then these are going to go great, because this is your beautiful pink amethyst, and it's Brazilian pink amethyst. Take a little look. Last few of these, they're sensational. Very rarely will we see pink amethyst like this. It is that beautiful, beautiful Rose de France tone for me. It is just spectacular. It really is. 20 carats worth we have here. It's a gemstone which is almost impossible to get off the ground. It's very, very, very hard excavation of this gemstone in many, many areas. It can be very, very difficult to get your hands on. These are beautifully faceted ovals. If you want to get your hands on something truly, 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 truly precious, something truly, truly unique and individual, then you've absolutely got it here. It's a gemstone that in the location of Brazil, which is where this strand is from. And a lot of these will be excavated in very, very high kind of slightly treacherous areas, I suppose. And unlike things like tanzanite, they will be taken out of the ground not by things like dynamite, but by very, very small pieces, very, very small handbags. Rosanna's in! Rosanna, I've not seen you in ages. Rosanna, gorgeous, gorgeous lady. You will recognise her. She was a guest designer for a time. She's moved out to Malta now. She works in the good. Hello, gorgeous lady. Why do you have her dining table, Ben? Director Ben. Director Ben has a coffee table of yours in his house, apparently. It's still going strong, he said. Anyway, thank you everyone for joining us. Lovely to see you, Rosanna. I hope you are lovely. 20 carats worth of your pink amethyst we have here. It's a tricky excavation done by tiny, tiny sort of arm-length hand picks. Very difficult to get out of the ground. It is a beautiful quality. If this was given the name of Rose de France, which I know Rosanna would know, she knows that the price point of this would be really, really OTT. Your price point today, though, it's just £10.95 for you today. It's astonishing. We had a text in. Yay! All the way from Malta. No way. Hello, gorgeous. She said, hello, sweetie. Love you all. Kiss, 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 kiss. Hello. Oh, my gosh. I bet it's gorgeous where you are today, isn't it? Hello, lovely lady. I hope everything's going great for you out there in sunny Malta. What is she missing here, guys? What's she missing? The eclipse. She'd seen the eclipse. Everyone saw the eclipse, didn't they? Was it mainly Britain?
I don't know. I don't know.
Mainly Europe. There was an eclipse, partial eclipse today. That's good. National Happiness Day today, apparently.
Yes.
It's getting a bit warmer. When we leave work, there's still a bit of sun. Clocks go forward soon. Oh, it's all going on here, Rosanna. Come back. It's all going on. £10.95 for you today. Get your hands on these. Ben also wants you to know, got Christmas in about 7 or 8 months. That's exciting. £10.95 for you on that today. Well done, everyone. It's a really, really beautiful strand. This is a great one to go alongside it. Sorry. This is a great one to go alongside it because it's a real it's a really great essential. Take a little look at these, because these are your crimps. So we had the 925 crimp bead covers earlier, didn't we, in the gold? If I show you those as a little reminder. Did we have any of these left? If we did, we'll pop them in at the bottom of the screen. I can't guarantee it, though. There was 100 of these in total, and they are your crimp bead covers. They were 925 genuine gold as well, just to let you know. So you had 100 of those. There's absolutely loads in there. But like I said earlier, if you want kind of the precious metal over the top, but you don't really mind what's underneath them, then these are going to be perfect for it, because these are your copper plated. So you're not really going to be able to see these under those crimp bead covers. The crimps at the bottom of the screen, the crimp bead covers are at the bottom of your screen now. If you do want you know, just a base metal underneath, because let's face it, if you're covering up, you might not need your 925 if you're going to be covering it up anyway, especially if you don't have the pliers, for example. But if you do want to get your hands on these crimps tubes, then why not? There's 1,000 of them today. Your price point is just £6.95. They're going to be great for you to add on your clasp, and again to cover them with your precious metal if you want to. You have got MQAZ25 is the code on this one today. So really beautiful colouring on these, and they're going to be great for spaces as well, actually, aren't they? You know how Gem used on her beautiful design earlier on? They're going to be great for that, aren't they, Gem? As spaces.
Between the rose.
Yes, yeah,
perfect.
Great for that, aren't they?
Yeah.
You have got here 1,000 of them. Why are these so important to have, Gem?
Because they're the mechanics. They hold things. They hold everything together for you. They're, you know, they also space things out for you as well. Because you know, unless you're doing knotting, you're not going to get beads gems to stay.
I'm holding up for a hero.
That's not the right song,
Yeah,
Pete.
no, but it's funny, so.
Yeah, I know, but it's funny, so. Amazing, thank you, Peter. I love the dance for one. This, really in right now. Look, we're all doing it. Wow, Gemma's holding her head in absolute dismay. So, that can only mean one thing. That can only mean one thing, that it is our last one of the afternoon. And it is spectacular. This is your partial eclipse of the price. I gave you a sneaky peek of this earlier on. I have to say, the quality of this is beyond belief when it comes to the clarity on this strand. Well, kind of the transparency more, it is sensational. A lot of these totally eye clear, which we wouldn't expect usually, as you'll know. I'm going to take this to the lowest ever price point today. It is truly, truly, truly stunning. And what I will say actually is, I was talking about how strenuous it is to mine your pink amethyst. Well, boy oh boy, this from this country is the same. It's your rhodolite garnet, and it is sensational. Oh. Now, in India, rhodolite garnet is very much loved and adored. What I will say is, we all know about Rajasthani garnet. This isn't your Rajasthani garnet. You can see that due to the tone. You can also see that due to the hue. The hue is slightly different, as is the saturation. This is your rhodolite garnet. Now, Indian rhodolite garnet in certain areas is so hard to get your hands on. It's a mining process that we very rarely hear about, and that is secondary mining. Now, secondary mining is how we get this gemstone in lots of areas in India. Secondary mining essentially means it is a mine which has already been mined total. All of the yields have already gone for whatever that gemstone they were looking for. And then essentially what happens is, because the yields of this in certain areas has gone down so dramatically, they have to undergo a process called secondary mining. So for example, in this mine previously, they might have been mining for a certain type of quartz even, or a certain type of garnet. But because this is a relatively new, promoted and loved gemstone in some areas in India, to get their hands on this gemstone, they will be having to do the secondary mining, which is essentially going through a mine which has already been taken of all of its yield, just in the hope that they will find a few hidden carats here or there that were maybe missed the first time. Very few gemstones will have that type of mining connotated to them, because essentially it's not worth it. With this gemstone though, they go to that time and effort to go back and research, because it is so spectacular. It's a strenuous mining situation, but when I get my torch out so you can see the quality, you'll understand why. Just so you know, if you are new, I'm getting my torch out, not because you'll need to at home walk around with your torch, you won't. It's just the lights in here are so one directional and so cold, you don't get the idea of transparency because there's none behind me. Let me just show you. This is one of the best qualities I have ever seen. Oh, seriously, just take a moment to look at that.
Still not doing it justice.
It's not really, is it?
No.
Still. What do you think of this gem?
I think it's absolutely beautiful. My strand's not the same maybe, but it's very, very similar that I've finished it all now. I've used it in so many bridal pieces, and the elephant, that people know about the elephant that I did, that it's all in there.
Oh wow.
Because it just looks so rich and indulgent. It's just beautiful.
It really is sensational, isn't it?
Yeah. I love that shape as well. It nestles in so nicely into little spaces. You know, you can have it dropping in corners, you know, and just accenting a shape. Beautiful.
I just adore it. Ladies and gentlemen, this gemstone is so spectacular. It is so beautiful. It is one of the highest carats weights we've seen. It's one of the best qualities. It's from one of the most unusual locations in the world, and it's yours today at the lowest ever price point. Should be and has been. We're going out with the last partial eclipse of the price on a bang. Should have been almost £25. Great price for this £25. Today though, £17.95. £17.95 for this? Are you joking? That is absolutely astonishing. Look how beautiful this is. Look at the quality of this. Look at the size of these as well. You're up to around a 9mm on these. Normally when you see rhodolite garnet, I know that I've done tiny little drop ones, almost kind of around the 4mm little drops. You get the irregular drops. Very rarely will we see it faceted. That's due to the quality. We won't often do it due to the quality either, don't forget. It's just absolutely astonishing. I completely adore it at that price. There's loads of you coming in for this today. It's just beautiful. I love it. Do you love it as much as I do?
It's lovely. I really do think it's lovely.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? Oh, I just think it's absolutely sensational. What would you be doing with this?
The little citrines that we had earlier, little citrine rounds.
Oh yeah, the 4mm round.
I wonder what they look like, just sort of spacing them out, just in a really simple piece. But clusters and on tendrils, on fascinators and tiaras, they just add that really bright pop of colour. And the lovely thing with those is they are as beautiful in the daylight as they are in the evening light or candlelight. So
absolutely.
If you've got an event to go to where you want something to really stand out and catch somebody's eye in the evening, like candlelight, that's the stone you want to be wearing.
This is the one to do it, isn't it? This is most certainly the one to do it. I just think it's beautiful. Very, very rarely will I get so excited about a rhodolite garnet, but I've got to say this is, for me, the most beautiful strand I've had the opportunity to bring to you, so I'm really chuffed to be able to. Loads of you coming in for this. Well done to you all. Just, that is an amazing price discount. The reason we've done it, it's a bit of a magical day today, isn't it? And that, ladies and gentlemen, is your last partial eclipse of the price. Well done to everyone. I think you're going to get that home and just wear it at day, wear it at night time, and just see how this absolute stunning gemstone of the world really just shows you vibrancy and beauty. £17.95. Well done, everybody. Now, I have got for you bargains galore. Gemma Crow, as soon as I saw these, the first thing I said was, Gemma Crow will love them.
Oh, is it those? Yeah, I've been looking at those, wondering what they are. Yeah. Gemma Crow does love those.
I said to Helena, I'll be honest, she's not going to thank me for saying this, but it's true. I said, Gemma Crow will love them. And she went, oh yeah, I think you're right. When have we next got her on? And I went, today? She was like, oh yeah. She'd forgotten.
She forgot me. It's only Monday, I saw you.
I know. Time flies at Jewellery Maker though. I know that you'd love these. Just tell me why you do love these.
Because they're chunky and irregular and organic looking. You can see instantly it's a gemstone. And the colour's nice and neutral as well, so you can literally put them with all sorts of things.
You're right, actually.
So yeah, they do cross tick a lot of boxes.
I know this might sound a little bit strange to some, but instantly what's in my mind, just after, you know, watching you today and all of your makes, I'm looking at the side of this and I'm seeing that external druzy and I'm seeing the colouring of it, and I'm thinking, when you patinaed and textured your pieces with that pinky tone, it's got that same sort of feel to it.
Yeah. That's right, and that's nice. When the gemstone's got that sort of feature, it means you can mimic that in your design somewhere.
Of course you can.
So it's taken some of the thought process out for you. So,
love that idea.
Yeah, mimic the shape and then maybe the texture onto a piece of metal, and you've designed halfway there, halfway made.
Of course.
Yeah.
And you've just taken that piece, a bit of internal druzy there, which is lovely to see. This is a gorgeous strand of your agate. There's a lot in here. They're totally unique. For me, I love the idea, like I said, of using the patina and, you know, the blanks before we stamped them and textured them and then patinaed them. I think this would be gorgeous with that textured hammer, using lots of different textures to give a really gorgeous look. And then just having these as a big, bold statement centerpiece, either side of maybe a blank. Just on a piece of cord, I would actually go for cord with this. Maybe a suedette, just to kind of juxtapose the boldness a little bit. Whatever you decide to do with these, I'm sure it'll be sensational. You've got a really inspiring strand here because every single one of them is unique and individual. Your price point today, can I just say to you quickly, this is going down in price. It's a workable strand, it's stunning, and it's £6.95 for you today. That is absolutely astonishing. When you look at the amount you get, first off, when you look at 480 carats worth, the size on these up to around a 36 by 25. But also, one thing I want to show you is look at the amount of temporary strand we've got in here. That is a multi-stranded, multi-knotted. But look, as I turn to the side, look at the size of those drill holes. And look, there is a lot of temporary cord in there. I would even suggest you might be able to get a 2mm, that 2mm wire that we had in the first kit through that.
It's quite possible, yeah.
It is one of the... Is it possible? I genuinely think you could, because... Yeah, some of these... Because if you see that temporary strand, that has got to be knotted over about 5 or 6 times. There's a lot in there. But then, even just turn it to the side, you can see. That means it's a really workable strand, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And the colouring of this to go gorgeously with that raw copper, the bare copper.
Absolutely.
Because
yeah.
of the outside.
That lovely neutral soft tones, they work really well. Just imagine it with other whites, like a highlight or something like that would look nice. You know that you see people that always just sort of meander. You know they're always got white clothes and linens and...
I know what you mean.
know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. Kind of like
so,
I imagine Sheila on holiday.
Yes, sort of classy and, yeah, chic.
Yes,
They're
yeah,
chic, yeah.
Absolutely chic.
A long-winded way of doing it,
I
wasn't
love
it?
that.
But, yeah.
People who meander. Oh, like Ryan was just doing
Drift.
then and thought I didn't notice. That's him meandering.
How I walk.
That's how I walk. Last chance, last look, because not many of these left. £6.95 for you today. Well done to obviously everyone who is getting your hands on these. And one thing I think these would go great with, the shell. Shell.
That's nice.
I quite like just how different that looks, because this is quite, here are my stripes, this is my rough edge, whereas these are a little bit more shaped. They've got that shiller, they've got that sheen. For me, that's a massive juxtaposition that kind of could just work.
Yeah, they'd look nice together actually. Every other one, sort of that mix of hard and modern with soft and...
Yeah,
yeah,
I love that idea.
Organic.
You've got your white shell here. I just think this is a really beautiful, beautiful strand. Imagine that as cufflinks. How fab would that be? Or the collar, you know, the collar chains that are really big for gents and ladies at the moment. Let me just show you one of them, just so in case you've not seen shell before. I love this. Can you see how you get that rainbow appearance? That's created by Mother Nature, that's not us. We haven't, you know, put a coating on this. That is Mother Nature. It's really good quality. Again, they are double-sided as well. You've got absolutely loads to play with on here. And they are your white seashell rectangular loops. You know, Jan did with us the other afternoon the fish. If you wanted to do the fish in, say, a box frame, if we all know what box frame is, I put my pop-ups in it, they're the drop back frames essentially. You have a gaping back at the back of them where the frame is. If you did your fish in there, how about these around the outside? Maybe as almost a frame inside the frame. I think that'd look really funky because it goes nicely with that abalone. If you love abalone and you can't leave it abalone, If you feel lonely when it's not in your life, Pete's going to me. Just stop. Just stop. I can't, because Pete, I'm trying to give people a clue that we've got some coming up this weekend. Sunday designer inspiration, flowers, abalone, brand new, coming up for you. Can't wait. But these would go great with that, wouldn't they? They go absolutely beautiful for you. You have got your seashell rectangle loops, 20 by 15 mil for us today. Your price point today for all of these beautiful shells, it's rolling down, it's rolling down, it's rolling down, it's rolling down. Your price point today for all of these, £7.95 for you today on these. Wait, you're rolling it down again? Wait. It's crashed, the computer's being silly. It's rolled down for you there, £7.95 for you today on this. It's your white shell rectangular loops that we've got on here, and it's 20 by 15 mil. They are absolutely sensational, aren't they? GLGP84 is your code on these, to get them whilst you can if you want to enjoy them thoroughly. Well done everyone who's got those. I love shell like that. I think it's really pretty. It's nice that you can, that'd go great with that opal, wouldn't it? Spectacular. Sorry lovely. No problem. On the table. Cabochons. I know that you've worked with a cabochon or two in your time. What do you love about them so much?
I love the sort of vast area of gemstone that you get.
Yeah.
That you know, you get a large area of it, and I like simplicity. Do you know what I mean? So cabochon is such a nice simple shape, and it's one focal point, and I like that.
It's absolutely beautiful to have that focal section, isn't it? I've got some pieces here for you to look at if you're not sure what a cabochon is. It's centerpieces like this here, which essentially is a shaped gemstone which has no drill hole. We can wire up with these. You can put these into a really big statement piece. This is a different type of cabochon here, obviously. You can put these in soutache designs like I have on the other side of me here, that soutache style design. And there's also a separate piece here with that gorgeous wire weaving as well. But these are just certain ways that we can use our cabochons in lots of different ways. There is so many tutorials on our Jewellery Maker YouTube channel. If you do wish to have a look at them, we do loads and loads of different demos with these. Have a look out for the likes of Gemma Crow, the likes of Laura Binding, the likes of Alison Tarry, and Sammy does them as well quite a bit. So do keep your eyes peeled for those. I'll show you the cabochons you're going to be getting in this collection. You've got 4 in total. They're all really different. Oh, sorry. You've got your black agate pair, and that is the 14 by 40 mil. 15 carats worth there, gorgeous for a ring. You've got your snowflake obsidian at the front here, and that's in your pair, 40 by 30. I've got your black agate heart here with the quartz as well, so you will be getting a split. Yours won't just be black, it will have a little bit of an area of that quartz as well. For me, it gives you that gorgeous internal druzy effect when you hold it up to the light, really beautiful. About 50 carats worth there, and then you also get the heart shape in that fuchsia as well. It's a great price point we do on our cabochons that I've seen, you know, individually by themselves. I've seen cabochons of kind of all right known gemstones, but maybe not that much in prestige, for around the £14 price point. I saw one recently of, now was it agate or quartz? I can't remember. In my local gem, was it agate? I can't remember. £8.99 it was in my local store, just for one. I've got 4 here. Your price point today for 4. £14.80 would be great. We are of course going to take it down. It's design inspiration. Do treat yourself today. Catch a cab, £9.95 for you today, which is how much per cab? £2.49 per cabochon. It's a good price, really good price. Well done absolutely everybody for you today. Catch a cab for you today, £9.95. Well done everybody. Oh, more bargains galore coming up for you now. Oh, I love these. Thank you, Pete, by the way. I didn't manage to say Brother Pete is singing today has made a lot of people very happy. I'm not sure who they are, but I'm one of them. Let's have a little look at what I've got here for you. Really nice, big statement. Toggle clasps. Oh, that one's good. I have not seen these ones before. I've seen these ones. Let me, if I may, try and get just one of them out to show you. You're going to be getting a pack of 3 of these. So it's 3 of these, which has got, I always think of these as a cameo. Are you good at polymer clay? If you're good at polymer clay, then imagine inlaying your polymer clay in here and maybe carving a little face or something, and that can be your cameo, and then just use that as a pendant. You know how they have like the cameo frames? You have got a cameo necklace, and actually that's exactly what I was thinking of when I was saying that. I was thinking about your cameo necklace. This is of course your toggle clasp, so you can use it as a clasp. Just separate these pieces and this will essentially loop through there, and that will be your clasp. But you can use these for lots of different things, as I've just said. It looks like a medal. Yeah, it's gorgeous, isn't it? I've also got there for you your rose gold toggle clasps as well. If I will just get a pair of these out for you. So if these are great for kumihimo. You can see the base here if you want to glue your kumihimo in there. Kumihimo is a braiding technique, or if you have friendship bracelets and you want to loop in there, that is one side. And then this one is the other side for you, so a nice articulation to this, which means it's really nice and easy to work with. We've got spellbinding tomorrow. She would like these. So you've got 3 sets in there, just to let you know those are the 6.2 mil. And then lastly, but by no means leastly, these are the ones that I have never seen before, and I absolutely love them. What a gorgeous design. It is a bit artsy, maybe that's why I like them. It's got almost this filigree kind of stamping into it, almost a fleur-de-lis style actually stamped into it, textured into it. Is that really hard for you to see if I hold it like that? Or can you see it on the T-bar maybe? It's really beautiful effect on there. What a lot of thought and care and time has gone into creating these. You're getting 3 of these. The silver, the round is about 30 mil and the T-bar is about 52 mil. The ones on the gold are around 25 mil and the bar is about 36 mil. So you're getting so many clasps here. They're absolutely great, from big bold statements. You can use them as clasps or so much more, to your really workable, usable ones. Your price point today should be, oh, brilliant. Yeah, let's do that price point. I like that price point. It's nice to be able to drop it under 10, isn't it? I always think that just feels lovely. Your price point today, we are taking it under 10. £8.95 for you today on the toggle clasp. JWGC72. We always need clasps, especially when they are copper like this and we can bake them. £8.95. What do you think of that price, Gem?
Just had to have a check, because they have such, especially the
silver,
solid, no, the rose gold ones.
The rose gold ones, yeah.
I love those.
They're gorgeous, aren't they?
They really
fab.
look so high end.
They do, don't they?
Yeah, gorgeous. Really lovely. Great price.
Great, actually, for sari silks, because I know a lot of people don't know how to finish off sari silks. You can with these. How would we do that, Gem?
Just glue it in. I mean, it's a really nice deep well for you to get a good grip in there with your silks or cords or anything in there. So, and they just glue in. I mean, I use those with wire mesh as well, because I do strands of wire mesh, lots of them, and then glue those. That's the ends I prefer to use.
I love that.
Because they always are just so, the finish is just gorgeous.
It is really professional, isn't it? Lots of you coming in for this. I am moving on, but purely because, you know, because it is our last 20 minutes or so, and we've, as always at this time, we're running out of time. By the way, just definitely stay where you are. Say that to me again. Sorry, I was too busy being naughty then. I was going to give them too much information and I didn't. I can't. I'm not allowed to. Let's just say wait 10 minutes. Hold on till the end. Wait 10 minutes. That's all I'm saying, because I'm not technically allowed to say anything. And I really like this job and I don't want to get sacked. This is your sari chic that we have here. 3 strands. Well, hang on, why am I showing this then if this is called sari chic? Safari! I'm thinking, this isn't sari thread. Can we edit that bit out later? Cool. This is your safari chic that we have here for you today. You have got here 230 carats worth of your moonstone, and you've got on these ones around 8x5 to 19x6 mil. I've also got in here your moss agate in the centre. That's around 350 carats worth on that strand, up to around a 25x7 mil. You've also got in here your orange quartzites, and these are up to around a 22x6 mil on those ones. I love the idea of something really simple with these myself. I'm one of those people who thinks, oh, I'd love to have more fingers just so I could wear more rings. It's not like a daily thing that I say, but I do think it quite often. And I love the idea of one of these just as kind of the T-bar design rings. You know, the ones that go across a couple and you have sort of two loops in these, because some of these are long enough, especially the ones that are kind of around the, you know, 26 mil. I think they are absolutely beautiful. Gemma, can I ask you what you do with these ones? Because they seem a bit up your street again.
I think automatically when I see the long nuggets, I think crochet, because it allows them to sit so higgledy-piggledy, which is nice. But they also make nice rustic-looking flowers or suns, you know, sunshines.
Love the idea.
So yeah, they're really versatile.
They are super versatile, aren't they? Hey, and what a great day to buy some moonstone. If you need an excuse any day, today's the day. There's been an eclipse. If you didn't buy moonstone, well, it'd be a bit odd. Maybe work on that one yourself. Tweak it yourself if you need an excuse. This is your safari chic that we have here. Your price point today should be. That is an astonishing price. It really is. Let me just show you the amount you're getting here, because that is a great price. Over a metre's worth of jewellery, of gemstones, sorry. £7.95 for you today. That is astonishing. Not a spacer in sight on any of these, and that to me is working out over a metre's worth. That's amazing. A metre's worth of gemstone. Over a metre worth of gemstone. No spacer whatsoever. At that price point, that is amazing, isn't it? What do you think of that, Gem? For that amount, £7.95.
It's brilliant, isn't it? You're going to get 2 or 3 necklaces, you know, even big chunky statements out of, you know, each strand. So, especially if you crochet, because it makes your gemstones go further, doesn't it? Yeah, absolutely brilliant.
I absolutely adore it. I think that's fab. Well done, everyone who's coming in and getting this. Hey, Ryan, guess who's back?
It's Pat.
Yes, it's Pat.
Hi, Pat.
Loads of you coming in. Kerry, it's lovely to have you on board with us today. And Carol, nice to have you on board. The good ship Jewellery Maker. Diane, nice to have you back on board too. Val, you're in with us today. Hello, lovely Val. Sweet to see you. Lots and lots of you coming in for this. It's lovely to have you all on board. Thank you for joining myself and Gemma this afternoon. We've got a wonderful weekend planned for you here at Jewellery Maker. Spellbinding's up tomorrow. Gorgeous, gorgeous spellbinding, law of binding, cuffs and bangles. We've got some special pieces in tomorrow though, haven't we? Can't say too much. Fleur's in on Sunday with chainmail. Wow, Pete. What was that?
Cookies.
I just went Fleur's in on Sunday and Pete went yes to himself. Like I thought, oh, is there a little bit of a flirtation there? And he just went, she brings in cookies.
Bring in, Fleur, if you're watching, bring in the cookies.
Fleur, if you're watching, bring in the cookies. Brother Pete has spoken. She might not come in now.
Oh, no.
It just, I thought I'd caught something out of the corner, and then you go, yes. I thought, oh, hello, a little bit of a flirtation. But no, it's all about food, as it usually is here.
Should be bringing Fleur cookies. It's been her birthday this week.
It has, yeah, of course. It was her birthday the other day, wasn't it? Pete, it's your job to buy her cookies. Oh. Who's not as interested now? £7.95 for you on there today. Well done for those ones. I'm bringing some gorgeous rounds now, which for me, I think are so inspirational, so exciting. Stay tuned, stay tuned, stay tuned. Absolutely gorgeous amethyst for you here. Gem.
Yes. Oh, it's lovely. Is it dogtooth?
It is.
Bicolour.
It's bicolour, yeah. It can be called dogtooth as well. Gemma.
Yes.
Crow. Bicoloured amethyst. 3 words. Gemma Crow. Go.
Serene. Interesting. And well, the word that came was accessible, so I'm going to say it, but what I mean is popular. The colour's popular.
I know what you mean. I absolutely agree with that. And why do you think that is? Why do you think this bicoloured amethyst is so much loved?
Well, I think everybody knows amethyst, and I think you can, even if you're not a connoisseur, you know, you don't know much about gems, I think you can see that that is amethyst.
Yes.
But it's got that added interest and that a little bit of difference to it. And it just looks so natural, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You couldn't create that. It couldn't be man-made, so it's got everything going for it, really.
It really does, doesn't it? Does anyone want to know my 3 words?
No. Yeah. Go on.
Right, well, what I'm about to say applies to everybody apart from Gemma Crow now. Lowest ever price. Your price point today should be $11.95, but we are taking it down. You've never seen this price before. You probably won't again. These are gorgeous 14mm rounds of natural bicoloured amethyst. Your price point. That is astonishing. I have never, off the top of my mind, seen a bicoloured amethyst or a dogtooth amethyst, whatever you want to call it, anywhere near that price point ever before, especially for pieces of this size. 14mm rounds. That is sensational, isn't it? These are absolutely beautiful. Look how eye-catching they are. Every single one of them totally different. I know it sounds strange, but as I'm spinning them, I'm kind of getting captivated by all the way that these kind of, you get that banding that almost waves around these. It's absolutely astonishing the way in which Mother Nature works. And as I lift these up, I'm just interested to see, oh my goodness, as I'm lifting those up, I've got areas whereby it's completely and absolutely opaque, can't see anything. But then within, you know, a millimetre, you get this burst of light, almost like the eclipse, whereby it's kind of half dark and half bright, because some areas of it has got that gorgeous translucency. I adore this strand. It's so gorgeous. Big statement cocktail ring, I would personally. I'd actually have one of the, I'd have a moving one. You know, you can make your kind of wire wrap rings whereby you can actually spin the gemstone, roll the gemstone. I think that's what I do with this. Because I'm one of those people who I can, you know, when I'm daydreaming or something, I can doodle. I'm quite sort of handsy when I'm daydreaming, and I can, that would be lovely for me. I like the idea of that a lot. Lots of multi-buyers on this. Surprisingly, that's what I was looking for. Completely lost a word then. It is just spectacular, isn't it? £9.95 for you. Well done, everyone. £9.95. Absolutely adore them. So unique and individual. And actually, look how nicely these would go. If you want a real juxtaposition, can we just have a look at this strand while I mouth something to my producer? Wow. Natural pyrite here for you. I am absolutely blown away by this. The other day, when I was looking, I had on Monday or maybe Tuesday a strand of pyrite, natural pyrite. It was the first strand of natural pyrite I'd had in quite some time. What I decided to do was I went to have a little look on our website, and there was about 10 pages of pyrite. I only looked at the first 2 pages, and I can't remember the specific number, but it was out of 42. I can remember that. And was it 4 out of 42 natural strands? Out of 42 strands of pyrite, we currently, out of those 42, only had 4 natural strands. That goes to show you, and is a reflection of the rarity of natural pyrite. because a lot of pyrite is coated. If you're one of those people who do believe in things such as, you know, powers of gemstones, etc., a lot of people do believe that, in particular with your submetallic gemstones such as your pyrite and hematite, that actually natural varieties have a stronger power, a stronger pulse, as it were. Obviously, I can't say whether or not that's true or not, but that is what certain circles do believe. And with this gemstone, and with it in its natural form, I can say for a fact that these feel super cold against my skin. I can feel the strength of them in the sense that they are very weighty, they feel very strong and bold. I know that I could wear these day in, day out, you know, as cufflinks or as a ring, and not be worried that they're going to easily scratch or tarnish. And for me, it does have a power in it in that sense. 300 carats worth of your natural pyrite. They are your faceted drums, so you can see the shape of these, absolutely beautiful. It really interacts with that light nicely. In fact, I know this sounds strange, but try not to focus on the gemstone, just focus on that light moving now. Can you see how it almost has that kind of light dropping effect? I know that sounds unusual, but it's just so spectacular for me. Your price point today for your natural pyrite strands is just £7.95. I mean, seriously, you can't say fairer than that, can you? Just a few of these on a stretchy bracelet, you'll be able to give that to a gent, a lady, to someone who's, you know, 17 and someone who's 70, really, couldn't you? It's one of those pieces which I just think is sensational. £7.95 for you. What do you think of this, Gem?
I love pyrite. Do you know, I find it hard to make jewellery without pyrite in at home.
Yeah, wow.
And I've got a free...
Well, you've got free reign.
Yeah. I always want to add pyrite in. I love it. I don't know what it is about it, just love it. It's not silver, it's not gold, but it's so lustrous and rich looking and heavy. It's just, I think it's probably one of my favourite.
I do know what you mean. I've got a serious soft spot, especially for natural pyrite. It's just unique and individual, and especially with the work that you do. I can imagine when you're doing kind of your fabric-y pieces, it's a nice juxtaposition with the weight.
Yes.
But also with your metal, like your coppers and things.
Yeah, I mean, I love metallics, so you know, it's sometimes, I say this a lot, sometimes you want the shape of a bead but not necessarily a colour or a pop of colour, so that offers you that metallic element, so it just gives you shape, not necessarily a different colour or different lustre. It's sort of in keeping.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that.
I love it.
Lots and lots of you coming in. Really get this home to appreciate it. I think it's beautiful. £7.95. Thank you so much for sticking with me. It is that time that I'm going to do that thing that I wasn't allowed to tell you that I was going to do, but I'm going to do it anyway now. It's a strand of pearls. It's a gorgeous strand of pearls. It's a beautiful strand of pearls. It's gentle strand of pearls, which don't forget. Do not forget. We will not, we're not planning on ordering in any of your small accent pearls anymore, just because the price of them's kind of rocketed and it's a bit tricky to get our hands on. So if you want gentle and delicate champagne cultured pearls, then do so. Get them whilst you can. I just think these are absolutely beautiful. They really, really are. They are just so unique, and the lustre in them is spectacular. They're dainty and delicate as well. I absolutely adore how perfect these would be for bridal. I actually like what you did earlier, you know, with those leaves, how nicely these would be.
Just thread in the centre.
Just thread in the centre.
Yeah, they'd be lovely like that.
Really beautiful, and for the shape of them as well, they're going to give a really nice spacing to the veins in there, aren't they?
Beautiful pearls. I
just think they're sensational, I really, really do. Let's bring your price in. Oh no! We have to honour the last price that these were shown at recently. £5.95. That feels so good to say. I can't remember the last time I said that. £5.95. Oh my gosh. That is so good. We have to match the last price. These were shown last week, and I'm so sorry to, you know, I did try and give you a heads up. I wasn't allowed to say anything. £5.95. It actually feels delicious in my mouth. That's so good. £5.95. If people are watching at home thinking, why is she speaking like that? That's not a price we're allowed to do. £6.95, is it? Low price. Unsurprisingly, half my stock has gone on this right now. Your names have gone off my screen because a lot of you are taking advantage. You're multi-buying. Well done to everyone who came in for this. You're absolutely getting yourself a real treat there. Please do not think that the rules have changed for a second. We're still not allowed to do £5.95. It's just that we had a few of those left over, and we have to match the last price that was shown, which I presume was a mistake. I don't know. Get it whilst you can though. I'm heading on over to the wonderful Gemma Crow right now though, with the challenge that we gave to Gem. You've made beautiful pieces.
I mean, beautiful piece.
But you're part way through making another one, which has my name on, so obviously I'm sure.
So quick,
doesn't it? Time flies when you're having fun with your hammers and your blocks and your
between
goodies.
sandbags and fighting Alison Terry. She came to steal my jewellery.
I know.
So I had to,
Dibs on.
Yeah,
Dibs.
so it's
Dib.
Alison's fault. Yeah.
Absolutely sensational. Have a little look at this challenge bundle that we had here. This was given to the gorgeous Gemma Crow. I had for you your beautiful pink amethyst. You have your lemon quartz and those 2 strands of your shell, your hot shell, and that lavender. Just to let you know that the Ethiopian opal is at the bottom of your screen. It's brand spanking new, an amazing neon colour, astonishing, and that will go fantastically with this, I have to say. Gemma, let's take a little look at your designs. What was your inspiration here, lovely?
Well, it's just a spring, isn't it? It's just springtime and, you know, vibrant and fun. So these these lemon quartz, which is such a lovely green. You know, they're not as lemony as you might expect. Yeah, so they made the backdrop for flowers in that case, and then literally I ran out of time. So
how did you do this one then?
So that's just twisted like a rope. So you just take the length
as it was stranded. You didn't restrand that?
No, I didn't restrand it. We twist it from either side, and then you let it form together. Yeah, and it twists itself into a rope. You have to twist a bit more.
That's fab.
And then I just wired the flowers in. So no, I didn't restrand it even. So
I think it's absolutely sensational. And then this one is your final piece as well, which is really beautiful.
And that was part of, you know, the challenge earlier. I put your name on there.
If you want to know how to patina and stamp, we did that in the second designer inspiration. Gem, thank you so much for today. When are you next on?
I'm in for a workshop next week. I can't remember. 30th. I'm in on the 30th.
Thank you so much for today. Vix, come in.
Hello. I'm on the late show. Hooray! And I've got 2 we haven't had on for 9 months.
Oh, ages.
Why a lover?
Oh, I need one of those.
Yes.
Right.
9 months, and I'm doing it for half price.
Love that.
That's the late show.
Will I be
soon?
Home? Oh,
we'll see you very, very soon. See you tomorrow, lovelies. Bye-bye.
Onyx is another member of the Chalcedony family. It differs from agate in the fact that its banding is much straighter. Onyx has been used throughout history to make cameos. The Romans even carved cameos of their heroes as they went into battle. They believed that this would protect them and give them strength. Onyx is considered a highly fashionable gemstone. Its black hues really make a statement and are perfect for your little black dress.
The early bird catches the worm. Don't miss out on your chance to grab our amazing early bird offers at 9 AM on weekday mornings. Catch them while you can.
Join the jewellery making fun with this fantastic In the Mix DVD. This DVD includes 4 different techniques with 4 different guest designers. Debbie Bulford shows us how to create elegant polymer clay pendants. Laura Binding is here to show us a beautiful wire-wrapped ring. Mark Smith with his